Whoops.
What's good, baby? Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Free agency day. Oh, my.
Oh, shoot. Hang on, guys. What we got? Oh, shoot.
Oh.
K-Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Where them vibes at, baby? Where them vibes at? Come on, man. It's free agency Friday. Where them vibes at?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's pick them up, man. Welcome in to the Friday, June 30th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we appreciate you so much for being with us as we count down 3 hours now to the start of NBA free agency. Of course, things got underway for the Sacramento Kings last night, continued into this morning. Harrison Barnes back with the Sacramento Kings. Chris Duarte, their favorite trade partner in the entire league. They got that 1-2 punch, the Kings and the Indiana Pacers. Chris Duarte coming to the Sacramento Kings. Still no details, at least I don't think, because I've been in a meeting for the last hour. Still no details on that trade. I'm sure it's something quite simple, something involving second-round picks, not something involving Davion Mitchell, as some unemployed individuals are speculating on.
Doing out here, man?
But we appreciate you so much for tapping in with us, man. We are counting down. Harrison Barnes, 3 years, $54 million, roughly 18 per year. The 82-game a season veteran is back, man.
I'm good with that, man. I'm absolutely good with that. I'm not going back on anything I said or how I felt. I thought Kuz is a little better. OG's a little better. But that didn't ever mean that I thought Harrison Barnes was bad or a bad option. He's coming back. I expect this team, the floor for this team, to be 48 wins and a playoff berth.
Mm-hmm.
They can be even better than that. I have no problem with Harrison coming back. I want to say I understand people that were disappointed or
there's nothing to be disappointed about.
I don't think there is, but I'm just saying I understand it. You were hoping like this grand move or whatever the case may be.
That's your fault.
And you just brought back Harrison Barnes.
Why did you think that was going to happen?
Well, the cap space and all this other stuff.
Okay. And this is what we talk about. I think there are two things that fan bases fall in love with. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with it. Cap space, draft picks. Not the player that you pick in the draft, but draft. The Kings got 3 draft picks next year. Let's go. Okay, bro. Like, what? Why do you love draft picks so much? You like fans seem to love these like immeasurable assets more than like a player. And I am very, very much of the belief that people were so convinced with Harrison Barnes, it had become like we did this exercise. You think Kyle Kuzma's better? Absolutely. Okay, I'm with that. We also believe that Kyle Kuzma is probably marginally better. It's not like, again, sorry to go back to this phrase. It's not like, whoa, that's an upgrade right there. That's not what that is. It's good ball player. It could have worked out really well. Also, I have another question about Kyle Kuzma, but we'll get to that in just a minute.
We got a lot with all this. The numbers
we do.
Is crazy.
Yeah.
Right I got numbers.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to hear them numbers. So we got all that, but we get into this. Oh, what a failure. Oh, what a letdown. Okay, wait a minute. I think most people agree, like, okay, Kyle Kuzma, a little bit better. I think OG Anunoby is a bit of a game changer just because he's really, really good on the defensive side of the ball. But that's not a free agency signing.
Exactly.
That's an entirely different type of acquisition that you need. Apparently, the most difficult general manager in the entire league to work with you. People wanted something new. It wasn't even about something better at this point. I think people just wanted something new.
Yeah.
And that's I think sometimes you go to the store and you just, oh, the iPhone gets announced. Well, it looks just like last year's. No, wait a minute. The buttons are even in the same spot.
Right.
Now remember the iPhone drop? They got rid of the center button. Let's go. Like, word, it was the same phone. The megapixels on the camera was the same. But they got rid of the center button, so it was so much better. Harrison is the iPhone with the center button. That's all it is. It's from that version of the iPhone to the next. It was a slight upgrade, just like it is every year. It was about having something new. I'm good with having something reliable because I believe Harrison Barnes is reliable. Doesn't mean he's perfect. Doesn't mean the 15 points he averages means he's going to score 15 points every game. It means I trust him to be ready to play.
Yep.
I trust when the Sacramento Kings are down 1 or down 2 and the ball is in his hands with 2 seconds left, like it was against the Golden State Warriors. I trust him to take the shot. I have no problem with any of this. And I think when free agency begins to unfold around 3:00, I think a lot of Kings fans are going to be okay with this Harrison Barnes signing once they see some of the other things happening around the league.
I completely agree with that. JD in the chat, in the chatty house, he says, and this is a good point, if HB was coming from outside instead of an extension, it wouldn't be nearly as many people losing their mind. I think that goes into what you're talking about. You know, I think he's a good ball player. He is a lot better than maybe a lot of people give him credit for. And he's somebody that you can rely on to a certain degree. And what I said the other day about what this means if they're going to elevate, I just think others on the team are going to have to step their game up, which, newsflash, they were going to have to do anyway. Like, if Kyle Kuzma came here, we wouldn't be sitting here saying, oh, well, it's cool for Keegan to just stay at 12 points a game, and not rebound. It's good because Kuzma's here or OG's here. No, we would be looking for progression. We would be looking for him to do more, do better than he did in his rookie campaign. We'd be looking for Kevin Huerter to play marginally better. We'd be looking for Domantas Sabonis to add something to his game that makes him a little better. Same with De'Aaron Fox. When I say that, it's not a situation where I'm saying if somebody else was here, these guys wouldn't have to improve. I think with Harrison coming back, you may be relying on that a little more than you would if OG or Kyle Kuzma was coming here. But 15 points a night, guaranteed, pretty much. 4 rebounds. I like to see that come up a little bit. But if it's 4, all right, somebody else. Keegan, you're supposed to be averaging about 6-7 rebounds a night. Pick your game up there a little bit. Like, Harrison Barnes is fine. Absolutely fine. I have no issue with Harrison Barnes coming back. None.
This morning, we found out from Shams Charania that the Sacramento Kings are nearing a trade for Chris Duarte. The details of that deal have not been announced. Of course, Duarte, I think one of the guys you liked in Indiana. Yeah, I know we've had conversations about him.
I've been liking Duarte. He obviously didn't have as good of a second year as he did his rookie campaign.
Well, there's probably a reason for that. There's probably a good reason for that.
There was a lot of shots going up at the shooting guard position.
Well,
look, both of them.
I was going to say, yeah, no, for sure. This isn't Shabano slander. It just turns out Benedict Matherin's also really good. Like they have some guys there who can play. You saw him drop. I looked at. I think it was like 8-9 minutes per game from his rookie season to his second season.
His percentages went down too.
His percentages.
It's not a Davion situation where it was just minutes.
Yeah,
percentages went down. He was injured a little bit, but I like his game, man. I've always liked his game.
We'll talk more about Chris Duarte coming up here. He'll probably this is probably a very simple deal that involves some second round picks for Sacramento. we'll dive in. We'll get into Chris Duarte, his game a little bit more here in just a handful of minutes. He'll fall into the cap space. Still room for the Sacramento Kings to make some moves. There's probably not going to be anything splashy in terms of a free agent acquisition for the Sacramento Kings. And to be honest, I don't know that there's a splashy free agent acquisition around the league.
I mean, there to be honest with you, there never was. There never was. Even when we go back to this HB thing, there never really was. You talk about like, whoa, there was nobody to make you say whoa.
And not for anybody. Not for any team out there.
That this wasn't the year in free agency for that to happen. Maybe trades, maybe things can happen.
And that's what we're talking about. Like everyone's watching James Harden today. People are watching Kyrie Irving today. Kyrie Irving's not signing with the Phoenix Suns as a free agent.
No.
I mean, that'd be insane. That'd be one of the most insane basketball moves we've ever
happened,
seen.
By the way.
The what?
The meeting was canceled. Never happened. The meeting with the Suns.
I would hope it never happened. It's not 3:00 yet.
Well, I remember he's playing a meeting with the Suns.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
now
it's not happening.
Now it's the 76ers. Now the report is he may use the 76ers as leverage. Meanwhile, Dallas is probably sitting around like, okay, buddy. All right, pal. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Man. So it wasn't out there. That doesn't mean you can't get better. I look at the Kings, and really, I think this roster is about done. There's maybe one move. I want to bring Trey Lyles back.
Yeah,
but
right. Yeah.
I hear Jesse when he says he thinks Grant Williams is a little better. So if you were to get Grant Williams in that spot, as opposed to and not be able to bring Trey Lyles, I don't really see being able to bring them both.
Grant Williams fits in terms like of a mid-level and the money that they have left.
Yeah, he should. And
Sasha fits in that room exemption that and we'll talk about Sasha's money too, because I saw I think it was our man Brett Huff. Someone tweeted some numbers, some euros regarding Sasha, and it was like, that's what they're offering him to stay.
Yeah,
because it might be the offer for him to leave too. Like it may come down to something as simple as that. And then there's the Sabonis thing where remember as much as we've talked about that Domas renegotiate and extend, it doesn't have to happen. It's not mandatory that it happen. If they don't do it, they just, I think we all know the story now. If the renegotiate and extend doesn't happen, Domas likely just enters free agency next year with the hope that you've done enough to convince him to stay. And it could be a little bit more expensive for Sacramento in the offseason than it would be right now. But that is not something that's mandatory to the Sacramento Kings offseason work here.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, when we come back, I mean, I need all these people that are upset with Harrison and kind of pushing these narratives. I did some research, and these narratives is getting a little crazy.
They're
getting a little crazy. I think a lot of people are going with narratives without doing a little research themselves.
Gotta do some research, man.
So I want to talk about that a little bit. I want to talk about Harrison a little bit.
Well, let's do that, man. We appreciate you for being with us. Free agency begins in just under 3 hours. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320, we'll hope you'll hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button, be a part of what we do every day here from noon to 4. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or 1320 AM, 98.5, you're listening on the TuneIn app, don't go anywhere. We got a day ahead of us, baby. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Can we got the sound? Thank you.
Hey. Did you see somebody had the question or the debate? I'm not mad at it, creating content, asking questions. They said, who's better at their sport right now, Shohei or Jokic? I'm saying Shohei.
I'm going to go Shohei. Yeah.
Shohei, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm going to go Shohei. He's
14 homers in the month of June.
He's just incredible.
It's my job to be up on this other stuff. I didn't know Valanciunas was available. I know he's a free agent. So, and no, I would not sign Valanciunas. You have your starting center and Domantas Sabonis. I like
Niner would. You said what about Valanciunas instead of all of that money to an aging Harrison Barnes? He's 31. Come on, man. Y'all being silly.
Real
Stop
silly.
that.
Real silly.
Stop that.
Keeps it G. Come on, man. You gotta watch the show every day. I always have a Giants fit. I got a Giants fit. I got Giants upside down SF. I got the trucker hat. Got the throwback to the '89 series. Come on, man. I got a bunch of Giants hats. The orange bill. The killer is I just, I don't wear orange a lot. I wear black, but I don't wear orange a lot. Everything got to coordinate. So I wear a lot of red. That's where you always see a lot of these Angels and Cardinals hat.
Oh, man.
Did you hear that Pusha T response to Jim Jones?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. How was it?
Cool.
I didn't listen to Lil Uzi Vert either. I saw the response to it was solid, but I didn't listen to it. I peeped one track. He did a joint with Nicki that I listened to. It was fine.
Uzi cool.
He's not my favorite, but I don't think he's meant to be either.
I don't understand the phenomenon. Like, he does crazy numbers. I don't understand it, to be honest with you. Like, I don't think he stinks. Like, he has songs that I like, but I don't understand it.
Yeah, Extra White Chocolate. Killer Mike did that. His album was pretty dope.
I catch a beat winning like Randy Moss. I did hear about that. I wanted to hear that song.
Countdown is on. Free agency just under 3 hours away. Remember yesterday, I said, you gonna know if we know something. Yeah, we don't know anything. We know nothing. After 3 weeks, we found out that Harrison Barnes signing was official at the same time everybody else did. That hurt me a little bit. I can't lie. Because last year we didn't chase anything. We just wound up with it. This year we were kind of working on this. Then I hit up James. I was like, man, obviously you deal with this far more than I. This kind of sucks.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, it's the game though. Like this is just part of the game. I was like, well, you're a better professional than I am because I'm frustrated. We're sitting here chasing our tails for the last 3 weeks. We got meeting times. Woj wasn't tweeting about meeting times. Yeah, we walked away. We got the Woj alert just like everybody else. I was working in the home office and I looked down at the phone and saw Harrison Barnes' name. I was like, oh, no. No. Damn it. Woj got it.
Got it.
So I say all that to say, we know a few things, and I'm sure none of which you care about. But as it pertains to Sacramento, we got nothing.
Nah.
Well, of course, they're on the up and up. We'll know it. We'll know it 3.
Right.
But,
and sometimes that's how money moves. Nobody had, of course, Duarte being a target or anything like that.
No one had that.
He made that move yesterday. It was funny. I was in the middle. The Queen Bee was just asking me, like, how the show went? How'd it go yesterday? What you guys talk about? And I was in the middle of explaining. Like, we spent the whole show the other day on Kuzma, and then we got the information that HB might, come back. So we talked about that. But then yesterday, we were talking about, well, I don't know. It's not done. There's a lot of question marks of what's going on. And I was literally like, yeah. So today we were just talking about the possibility that maybe Kuzma's back in the. Oh, Harrison just resigned. Literally, that's what happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, Harrison's back, man. I'm okay with it. Some of our good friends texting us right after the signing.
Yeah. I'm waiting. I'm ready to return that receipt at 3:00. I'm ready to return that receipt at 3:00.
I hope it's 4 years.
Oh,
I really hope it's 4. Give him the extra year, please.
That's the only number that I really wanted before 3:00 was now that Harrison is done. I don't know what's left to be done for Sacramento. If anything happens with Domantas Sabonis, no matter who reports it, James Ham deserves all of the credit for that.
Yep.
And I need to know Draymond Green's number.
I want it to be the 4th year.
Oh,
Give him the 4th year. Do it. Do it.
120. I need it. I cannot wait.
Hey, because look,
I think.
Did you watch that stuff yesterday? The golf.
I did not. No,
I didn't watch it.
I did not.
I saw highlights. I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself. I'm just gonna keep my thoughts to myself. All I'm gonna say is he looked really happy.
He did.
He looked really happy.
Mm-hmm.
He might get that 120.
Yeah, looked real happy hanging with people more talented.
Well, all right. Since you got me started, why were you there?
That was
what the hell are you doing there?
That was my first thought. Is why does he need to be a part of this? It's Steph and Clay. It's not Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
Bro.
By the way, since we're on Draymond, can we point something out? I'm sorry. I just got a quick question. Are the Golden State, because think back to a week ago, are the Golden State Warriors still sweating the Sacramento Kings offer? Come on, man. Nobody bought it.
No.
Nobody bought it.
Hell no. I'm just sitting there like, yo, why is this dude here? Why is he here?
Jumping around, laughing, giggling.
Bro,
Boy,
he be right.
I
was gonna say something. He be riding coattails, man.
Sir, you're a third wheel.
He be riding coattails like nobody I've ever seen in my life. He be riding other people's success like nobody I've ever seen in my life.
I cannot wait.
Stephen Clay, LeBron, all these guys.
I can't wait to christen Rich Paul the GOAT. I need that dollar figure. I need that.
I hope he gets the extra year. Please get that man the extra year.
Give him 5. Shout out to my man, our guy, who you never met, Phil. I met Phil this morning. Nice. He was walking his dog with his lovely wife. He had a Feel the Roar shirt on. Nice. Stopped me to tell me he enjoyed the show, even though he didn't get all of the cultural references. And they were both really happy Harrison Barnes was back. I told them I'm happy HB is back as well. And I'm interested to see what happens with Chris Duarte. You brought him up there just a moment ago, something that we did not see coming. 6'6" guard, very good rookie season, as you pointed out just a few minutes ago. Lost minutes last year, perhaps due to Mathurin, perhaps due to other factors at the 2 spot. But he's a 26-year-old entering his 3rd year, which might as well have Monty McNair's name tattooed on his shoulder, because that is the Monty McNair player right there. 26-year-old entering his 3rd year. Went to Northwest Florida State before transferring to Oregon. You mentioned the shooting percentage, 37%. Excuse me, the 3-point percentage, 37%. His rookie year dropped last year to 31%. But I imagine he might have struggled getting into a rhythm last year.
Well,
but
I mean, they had guys at his position taking shots 3 seconds into the game.
Bench made it though. The man made it. I ain't gonna knock him for that. That man made it.
This guy caught the tip, turned around, and shot it.
And then they drafted another guard. Right? Was it Ben Shepherd?
They drafted their guard is actually pretty good. I like him. Number 2. I can't think of his name, but I actually like his name.
They drafted him in the first, so it kind of, I'm not going to pretend like Chris Duarte was on my radar, But just looking at last year, looking at the draft this year, yeah, it seemed like, oh, okay. Now I see it. This makes sense. You get a deal you get a player in a deal on a rookie scale contract. All right, let's see what that turns into.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. Like, I'm not necessarily expecting him to return to like his rookie numbers.
Yeah.
I
can get back to that percentage, can he? Maybe
that's what I'm hoping. I was just about to say I'm hoping that he's it's fine. I was hoping that he gets back to that efficiency is what I was going to say. And, the big story is, I guess, him and Domas have a really good connection, and the hope is that maybe he can find that groove again, getting back with Domas. I've been seeing on Twitter all morning about different backdoor passes between Domas and Duarte, and the chemistry that they had.
Yeah, I can't remember if that was Will or the local guy.
I saw the local guy.
Yeah, I think the local. Yeah, got those out there quick. Will did post some numbers on Duarte to watch also. But that's good. They got a vibe already.
Yeah,
they got something there.
It's a guy, is going to be coming off your bench, 6'6", adds another element of size to your bench and to your roster. Probably means that's it for TD. I think TD's gone. But a low cost. Possibly a guy that could fit in really well with what you're doing. I like the move. I like the move a lot.
Be interested to see what goes back to Indiana right now. Just looking at Bobby Marks, one of Bobby Marks' most recent tweets, Indiana slated at $32 million in cap space. That's third most in the league right now, behind San Antonio, that has $34 million.
Wow.
And Houston, that has $66 million. The hell is this alert? Many teams monitoring Giannis. Several teams will keep a close eye on Antetokounmpo's situation in Milwaukee if he doesn't sign extension. Orlando with $20 million. Sacramento right now slotted at $18 million. I'm not sure if that includes, if this was just posted a few minutes ago by Bobby Marks, I'm not sure if that includes Duarte salary or not. As the trade, I think the line was the Sacramento Kings and Indiana Pacers are moving towards finalizing a deal. I don't think we've gotten anything that says that deal is final.
Mm-hmm.
And as Jesse is well aware of, deals can fall apart after the initial tweet.
Yeah, and it's too soon, right, Jesse? Too soon.
Sorry about that, Jesse.
I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday I watched 36 of Marcus Smart's best plays as a Celtics, so I'm not over it yet. That's not a lie either.
Very much believe you. Very much believe you. $16 million in cap space for the Oklahoma City Thunder. So there's just an update on teams with money. Sacramento Kings still near the top of that list with teams with money to spend here in this upcoming free agency period, which just begins in about 2.5 hours. Question that I don't think can be answered until 3.
Okay.
Ish, I guess. I assume most major free agents are being announced at 3. Would you have preferred the Kings? I'm not asking you this, by the way, because I feel like I don't know your answer. I am asking you.
Okay.
Would you have preferred the Kings overpay for Kyle Kuzma or Jeremy Grant rather than sign Harrison Barnes at a very comfortable $18 million per year?
If it was available, I would have signed Kuzma.
You would have overpaid. That was the question. You're willing to overpay Kyle Kuzma or Jeremy Grant.
See, you're leading the witness.
No. You said if it was available, I'd sign them. I'm asking you.
Who says it's overpay?
The market. Like let's say
$25 million.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's say Kyle Kuzma signs with Indiana today for $25 million. We'll do that. Kyle Kuzma signs $25 million. Would you have preferred the Sacramento Kings sign Harrison Barnes to 18 per with the 10% trade kicker, 54 total for 3 years, or Kyle Kuzma to a 3-year deal, 30 per year?
I thought it was 25.
It was 25 for the Pacers. It was 30 for Sacramento. That's why I said overpay. You can say 25 is the market. Say it was 3 teams involved.
Mm-hmm.
Pacers said 25. Rockets said 25. And Kings were like, no, we really want Kyle Kuzma. We'll pay you 30. What would you have preferred?
If that, I would have overpaid for Kuzma. If they felt like that was the guy, they really wanted him. If I'm the GM and I really want him, and I think he,
even though he's not,
yeah,
nothing about Monty McNair screams he'd overpay for someone.
no. Like I said, I think
sign
Kuzma,
a 21-year-old.
Right. I think Kuzma and Jeremy Grant are better than Harrison Barnes. So in that case, I know, it's not my money or whatever, but we're talking about with the cap or whatever.
That is
I could sleep at night.
Significantly more money.
I could sleep at night knowing that I got the guy I wanted, what I feel is the better player.
I don't think I can do that.
And here's the thing with
I
the
don't think I
30
could do
mil,
that.
in my opinion, like you got 18 mil in cap room right now, I think, after signing Harrison Barnes.
Mhm.
I mean, the roster's pretty much done. Like, I guess you got
Is
some
it?
flexibility. I think so. You got maybe, like, if you're bringing Sasha over, I think you got maybe one more move that you can make realistically.
Mm-hmm.
But your 10, 11 guys that are going to see the floor are there. So, like, I don't want to say the cap space doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? It's cool to have it. But, like, the 30, you did it for your guy. You did it for whoever that guy was, whether it was Harrison or Kuzma. That was the move. And now the roster is about set.
I don't get that. I just don't get it. I wouldn't. To me, you got to be like, whoa. If it's not that, he's way better than Harrison. You can't overpay that much. Because I don't think, my opinion has always been Sacramento was going to pay Harrison the most, but not in the sense like Indiana was going to pay him $10 million per year and Sacramento was going to pay him 18. It could have been something like 15 per, and Sacramento was going to pay him 18. Maybe the conversations never got that far, but I always thought he was going to get the most money from Sacramento. So, in terms of market, if it's an overpay, like, all right, but I'll go $2 to $3 million per year, total of $6 million overpay. With the example I just gave, we're talking $12 million a year for a player we've both agreed might be a little bit better than Harrison.
I mean, like I said, he's if Kuzma, let's just say I think he's better. Let's say he's a 10. I think Harrison's a 7 or 8. So he's better. I think you're getting a better player. And at the end
like
of the
$4
day,
million per number.
At the end of maybe so. At the end of the day, though, my philosophy is I want the better player and I want the better chance to be a championship team. And I'm not gonna look to save a couple of dollars and say like, well, we're not better, we didn't get the better player, but look all the money we saved. Like, what's that gonna do for you at the end of the day?
I just don't agree with that. Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with Kenny on this. I was thinking about it yesterday.
I didn't ask you, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, put me back on the screen. No, I'm just playing. Because I was thinking about this yesterday because I thought like 30 million for Kuzma would be a little.
And we don't know that's what the number is, by the way.
Just hypothetically speaking in this conversation or whatever. Like, I feel like that would be a bit much. But I was thinking too, like, do you guys think Kuzma or like again hypotheticals or whatever? But do you think Kuzma and Jeremy Grant like make you a title contender, get you closer, maybe put you on another level in the West? Because if they do, then I think you overpay for that.
Yeah, so Kuzma, I don't. Jeremy Grant, I feel like I've just missed the bus on that. Like I've always said, I like Jeremy Grant the most in Oklahoma City. I have a little bit more time evaluating like what's gone on in the last, year and some change for him being traded for, essentially in a salary dump to Portland, hearing nothing about him this free agency period, assuming Portland's just going, full tilt with him and look what we did. And so I feel like I've kind of missed the boat on him. I really do like him as a player. I just feel like I have far less grasp of him as a player than I did 4 years ago. because I'm not tapping into the Detroit Pistons.
Mm,
and
yeah.
even this year,
And that's when he did a lot of his work because he was able to shoot whenever he wanted to.
and even this year, which he wouldn't be able to do in Sacramento.
Right.
But even this year, like at a certain point, it was like, I'm not watching Portland either.
Yeah. No, for sure.
So I'm probably just off on the Jeremy Grant
my-
thing, but I get it.
The whole argument for me is if you believe that those guys make you a championship contender, I don't want to say money is no option, but that's what we're doing all this for. We're not doing all this. This ain't the coupon show on HGTV. We're doing all this to win a championship. If you believe those guys take you closer to a championship than Harrison Barnes, then damn near money is no option. If you got it. J Lo in the chat says Kuz can't be your highest paid player. That's all bad. It's not all bad if you make the finals.
I just don't think Kuz does that,
And
though.
but that's the distinction, right? That's what you got to ask yourself. If you don't believe that he gets you closer to that, then no, you don't pay him.
Mm-hmm.
But if Monty or me or anybody else says, yeah, I think we could be one of those top 5 teams with a guy like Kuzma, I don't care if he's the highest paid player. You do it so you can get to the championship. But like you just said, you don't believe that. So no, you don't pay that if you don't believe that. You save a little bit of money for a guy that's about equal in Harrison Barnes.
I don't think that player is out there.
Hmm.
I don't like Kyle Kuzma. No. Jeremy Grant, again, admittedly, maybe I'm not the best. I don't think so, but maybe I'm just off. In terms of a free agent acquisition, a real free agent target, and I'm leaving like restricted free agents out of this too, because I don't see any of that as feasible with some of the guys that we've talked about. I don't think it's realistic. And then this doesn't just pertain to Sacramento. The biggest woe thing we had yesterday was your boy in Philadelphia, and the nonsense with James Harden and his attempt to destroy another franchise in the Clippers. So whatever happens at 3, it's going to be like overall, like I understand we get really, really excited for free agency and the trade deadline and all of this stuff. And then how many times do we walk away, particularly from the from the trade deadline, where the biggest deal was made 2 weeks earlier, and we're looking around like, that's it?
No, it happens all the time.
It literally happens every year almost.
All the time.
And so, I think that's what's going to happen at 3:00. We'll say, hey, Draymond Green signed for, if the good Lord is willing, 4 years, $120 million. And then with the Golden State Warriors, and then we'll announce, Herb Jones and the Pelicans and all of these little inconsequential things. And then it'll be 3:15 and we'll have 45 minutes of show left. That's what I'm expecting to happen.
I tell people like this, and I'll just ask the question, and I'm not saying that he's this great ball player or anything like that, but do you think the Denver Nuggets win a championship without Michael Porter Jr. this year? And I'm not going to say like put nobody in there. Say they switched Michael Porter Jr. for Harrison Barnes.
Oh, man. Yeah, kind of. I do think they still win
I don't know if they do.
I'm not trying to diminish Michael Porter Jr.
at
all.
I understand it completely. I'm just saying, but he makes $33 million a year.
No, yeah.
So it's not about what he's necessarily worth.
No, I got you.
But the Nuggets don't care.
Tell the whole story. He's coming. That's his rookie extension.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah. I think you have especially the circumstances in which they drafted him under, you've got to do that. Man, this is all money isn't created equal.
Well, it's true.
You know what I mean? Like you've got to okay, he makes $33 million. You had to do that with the circumstances that Michael Porter Jr. was under. Like you had to do that.
I understand that.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is,
I don't
think Denver cares that he makes $30 million. Nuggets
I'm sure they don't.
Nuggets fans don't care today.
I'm sure
that he
they
makes
don't.
$30 million a year.
I'm sure they don't.
They won.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't.
That's the whole gist of my stance on Cuz or Grant. Like if you believe that they can help you get over the hump, pay what you need to pay.
so maybe that tells us something. Maybe this front office looked around this class and was like, they don't get us over the hump.
Now, here's the other side, the flip side, so to speak, of all that. And maybe it sounds contradictory or whatever, but I'm giving you guys real-time thoughts. I think they can get over the hump with Harrison Barnes.
Okay.
So because of that's why I don't have a problem with re-signing Harrison Barnes. I think the $18 million is fine. Because to me, it's not sign Kuz or Jeremy Grant and go to the next level, or bring back Harrison Barnes and you fall into the dumps, or you stay at first round exit. I don't believe that. So while I think Kuz and Jeremy Grant are better players, Harrison Barnes is just fine. I think Harrison Barnes, you can achieve your goals with Harrison Barnes. So because of that, if that is presented, yeah, you sign Harrison Barnes, you keep it moving. I have no problem with it.
I also think, to go back to your Michael Porter Jr. analogy, there was growth, there was hope with him when they signed that deal. I think entering this year, they kind of knew where they were with Michael Porter Jr. Whereas, that the Nuggets are actually a great example in this. Their success this season, and I think you can point to the postseason as a direct exclamation point on this, was on Jamal Murray. And the health of the return of Jamal Murray, like the full on health of Jamal Murray. And of course, you wanted Jokic to continue being Jokic. I think there was little doubt that was going to happen. With Sacramento this year, it feels like that guy might be Keegan.
Yeah.
You want De'Aaron to continue to be De'Aaron. I think there could be some more growth with Domantas Sabonis this year, but it's now like what level is Keegan Murray going to hit? And I was able to go back and see Sean Cunningham's clip and Luke Lauk's talk and those guys at practice yesterday about, Keegan Murray's involvement in the California Classic and how this is kind of the next step towards him being a leader and how he's, kind of taking these rookies under his wing and that whole type of thing. He's going to be the main guy for that. And they have huge, incredibly high hopes for Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
And everything I think that we've talked about here on this show regarding Keegan Murray and what the franchise expects of him next year, and perhaps even what this fan base expects of him last year, I think all of that is 100% true internally in that organization.
No, for sure.
And I think just like this fan base does, that organization is very, very confident that he can do it.
I'm confident he can do it as well.
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely.
We'll come back. So much more to talk about. Marcus Thompson's going to join us coming up at 1:20. Jesse, he's going to join us on the phone. Kyle Madson's going to join us in the 2 o'clock hour. And, of course, we're monitoring all the news as it rolls in here with free agency just a shade over 2 hours away here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. Steele and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, tell them we'll get them right after the break. I mentioned this on the show. See, Draws passed away.
Who?
Remember Draws? He's gonna puke. He's gonna puke.
Wow. He couldn't have been that old either.
He was 54.
A little older than
I think because of that. I think because of that accident, he was in really poor health. Yeah, poor D'Lo Brown. He was in the ring with him that night. He got hurt. He's gonna puke. No. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, I can't wait to announce Cam Reddish to the Lakers.
Okay. Lake Show. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Did y'all turn in your time cards? I can't remember if I did or not.
Yesterday. Yes, sir.
Bryce, LA Knight, really that dude, huh?
I like LA Knight. I'm a believer.
I am super disconnected.
Yeah.
Is that his
Or
thing?
whatever he says, something like that. It's so he says it so much and it's so stupid it actually becomes funny. I am very disconnected from WWE though. I don't really know what's going on. All I know is Dominic is doing a great job. That's all I really
Yeah.
know.
When is The Rock coming back?
Never. And I give you my word, I am never leaving again. Except when everybody wants me to fight in the biggest match in 2 decades. I am never leaving again. Stacy be writing really long emails. And say, hey, everybody, happy 4th of July. Nope. Gotta have a multi-paragraph joint here.
When we come back, I'll contradict myself to some people.
We didn't put any clips up yesterday, right? Okay, good. Go. Sad to see that former Denver Bronco and WWE star Darren Drozdov passed away. Famous from the movie Beyond the Mat. When Vince McMahon drops the famous line, "He's gonna puke. He's gonna puke." He was paralyzed at a SmackDown TV taping when D'Lo Brown executed a running powerbomb, or they executed a running powerbomb wrong. But I saw Schefter's tweet that he passed away at 54 today.
Man. Yeah, that was always tough. I remember seeing that, D'Lo talking about that. And
never got over it.
No.
Yeah, never got over it.
I can't imagine how you could.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just glad D'Lo's okay, and hasn't, gone, way left with that. But
yeah,
that's a tough one to deal with. Yeah.
Indeed it is. 916, it's sorry to move on. I don't know how many people are even familiar with Darren Drozdov, but certainly sad, especially those wrestling fans who watched in the Attitude Era to see that he passed away briefly. I think he was like part of the Legion of Doom for a second. Mm-hmm. He was a part of some crappy storylines.
He was.
But he was a solid talent his brief time around for sure. Let's get to these phone lines, 916-909-1320. We'll start with TC. TC, what's going on, man?
What's up with my two brothers?
TC, what's going on, man? I don't know, man. He might have been fooling you with his eyes, man.
Hey, you wild. Hey, you know what? The thing with Monty, right? You don't ever know what Monty is doing, and then when he does it, it always surprises you. So, my theory right now is, I think I don't know if it's true, but Harrison got signed back, and he could be in like a package deal, maybe. And if not, if we're gonna keep Harrison, bro, let's keep him. And then I'm kind of in on Grant Williams. The rest of the money we got,
okay,
go get Grant Williams and call it a day.
So I just so I don't cuss you out, TC.
Oh, no.
Go get Grant Williams in addition to Harrison Barnes.
What's wrong with that?
No, I just want to make sure that's what he meant.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good with that. I thought he was saying, because he's talking about I'm just going to go out on a limb. I don't think there's a trade coming for Harrison Barnes. I don't think this is all a ruse. I don't think this is the beginning of a sign and trade. I don't think that's what the trade kicker was about. Yeah. The reason there's a trade kicker in there is because in February, Harrison's name is going to be brought up in a trade. Next February, Harrison's name is going to be brought up in a trade. Every offseason, Harrison, that's because the league is thirsty for stuff like this. And apparently everybody loves Harrison Barnes. And that's what it was great work from Harrison's agents over at XL.
To me, and I could be wrong, but this is the first thing I thought about. Like, all right, we'll talk again. But I'm gonna need something. I'm gonna need something.
Yeah.
Because you were gone for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need something.
I didn't know if he was ever coming back.
Yeah. How about a trade?
Neighbor across the street started winking at me. I thought, hey, I might be free.
Like, look,
I
man,
might be free.
I don't want to leave this area. So we're gonna do this deal. I want a little more security than I had in the past. And I can't get a no trade. Put a little kicker in there.
There it is.
Monty was like, God damn it, give him the deal.
I don't think that's what Monty McNair did. And I'm fine with Grant Williams, by the way. I thought TC was trying to unload Harrison somehow and then go get Grant Williams. And then that was going to be the move that set the Kings off right there. Let's get Kamara in there. I know Kamara hates this deal. Believe me.
He didn't want Kuzma. See, Kamara wanted him. Kamara wanted them dudes. Who do you want then?
Kamara wants Giannis.
Hold on. Everybody wants Giannis. So let me just say that I concur with everybody. I concur with Casey's saying that we need a dance partner, and I'm sure the Kings were kicking tires about different free agents, and Monty just they realized that listen, he's our best option in the offseason is Harrison Barnes. And so, I mean, they recommitted. Honestly, at first the numbers were jarring, the $54 million and then the 10% trade kicker. But honestly, that's a tradable contract in the NBA. I mean, if you see James Harden and Chris Paul being traded, you can trade a $18 million per year contract. So, I mean, it is what it is. I think there are two worlds where it exists that you can be satisfied that Harrison's back on the team, but also be like, dang, like this didn't really move the needle for us as far as what we were hoping, with the names we're hearing attached to the Kings. And I do agree with KC that if there was a player out there that was going to change the dynamic, just like a Aaron Gordon for Denver, it changed the dynamic of that team. You go after that player, regardless of like money or whatnot. I don't know if Kuzma was that player per se, but if Monty saw that Kuzma was the player, then yeah, you say, hey, listen, I'll pay $30 million a year because he changes us in a way that makes us a championship contender, not just like a real championship contender, not just a playoff team. And so I don't look at money when you're like, what are we here for? We're here to win. We're here to play the game. We're here to win playoff games. We're here to win championships, not because we're trying to be bookkeepers. And so I'm in total agreement. But hey, listen, Harrison's back. At this point, I guess Sacramento, the front office is like, listen, it's going to take internal development, and Monty's probably still like, listen, if we have to make a move at the deadline, or we have to make a move a year from now, we'll do that. But we'll stay patient. But we're not going to overpay out of desperation.
Hey, hit your boy up in Washington and find out if Kyle Kuzma's just signing back there. Because I'm fascinated to see how the Kyle Kuzma story ends. So hit your boy in Washington shoot us a text.
Probably be not happy about that because he hadn't had nothing nice to say about Kyle Kuzma.
Well, that's facts.
Actually.
That is facts.
Yeah. I agree with what Kamara was saying, mainly because he agreed with me. But, hey, if you don't believe that those guys can get you over the hump, you go back to Harrison Barnes. Because I believe, or you're not like guaranteed, or you feel like they're not going to put you in a better situation than what Harrison Barnes does. And yeah, you go back to Harrison Barnes for $18 million. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Harrison Barnes, trust me, he's just fine. He is just fine. Don't listen to the narratives out there. He's just fine.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. We got Big Al here. Let's see how Big Al works in the Lakers in this conversation. What's up, Big Al?
Well, King Station, got to talk Kings, and I'm not going to come over the top on KC because I love him too much. But, hey, you get something. You're getting – Kamara's absolutely right. You get a tradable contract. You play GM the right way. You know, if he's good, he plays at least as good as he has. You got him for a while. If things don't work well, or you find something you wanted before, then you can get off of him. So Kamara's absolutely right on that. Because when you guys talk, that's great. You got to talk about all the contracts involved. That's what the damn NBA is anymore. You got to work the magic, so to speak. And believe me, as a Kyle Kuzma fan when he was a Laker, he ain't your guy. That ain't the guy. I don't believe in him long term. No damn way.
Why not?
I don't think he's got. What do you want to say? I don't think he's got the hunger or passion. Those are kind of intangible.
Okay.
I don't think he's got it for, like you said, hey, I want this guy 3, 5, 7, 9 years, and he's going to get better and better, and he's driven. No. I think even as Magic complimented him, being a Michigan guy, I think the organization said, yeah, he's a nice little player, he's helpful, but you can find him anywhere. But he's not the guy that you're trying to hit eventually a guy or two that will really make your superstars. And let's say your King superstars, if you want to say Fox the bonus, maybe Murray will be, better. Just a peripheral on that. He's a peripheral player. He's not a guy that's going to be getting to your A- player.
Are you catching a train, Big Al?
Yeah, I'm getting on the train. I'm like,
okay.
Woo!
Where are you going?
Lakers, I'll talk to you about later sometime. I want to see Summer League.
Well, where are you going?
No, where am I going now? Oh, it's a sad story. I got to take some. Listen to this. I had to cut fingernails. I taken them off, drop them off the Kaiser to make sure that I don't have a fungal infection.
Sorry, I asked. I'm
Right,
I'm
Big
sorry,
Al,
I
take care,
asked.
brother.
Just
Take care, brother. Damn, Big Al.
we don't need to get too involved.
Why did you
in it.
ask him? Why did you
I
ask?
thought he was going
I
to the
thought he-
mall or something
Thought
like
it-
that.
like
Dude,
Big
knew
Al's
that
always
was-
at Costco. I'm sorry I didn't see the finger fungus story coming.
From now on, we only ask Ramsey where he's going. That's it.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Ramsey's the only one who gets the
Jeez, Big Al.
where am I going treatment.
Get well soon. You know, another thing that Kamara said on his call that was interesting is like, hey, if we're getting somebody that could change the game and change what you do, like Aaron Gordon, then yeah, do it. The funny thing, and he's not wrong this year, because the funny thing is, last 2 years, nobody would look at Aaron Gordon that way. Like once you win, then it's like if the Kings win a championship, man, Harrison's valuable. It's what he brings to the table is so valuable. Nobody's saying that right now because they haven't won.
Harrison hits that shot in game,
You know, yeah.
game 4.
You know what I mean?
everything's
Like
different. Yeah.
winning changes the perception. And I mean, and the truth is somewhere in the middle a lot of the times. Like Aaron Gordon makes like $23 million a year. Maybe that's a little much for him, but he always has been a guy that I think fits well in that role that he has in Denver. It was on the forefront and on the biggest stage, and he executed this time around. He was a guy in game 2 against the Lakers where they were like, remember that's what they found out. Remember, it's like, oh, we got him. We got him. Put Anthony Davis on Aaron Gordon. Let him shoot.
Yeah.
We figured it out.
Yeah.
And now he's an invaluable piece.
He is.
So
Does Grant Williams make sense even with HB here? Again, the money with the projected money.
yeah,
works.
He makes sense with HB here. He doesn't make sense with Trey Lyles. So I think you'd have to
that's fair, yeah.
choose between those two.
Hmm.
I want Trey Lyles back, but if they chose Grant Williams instead, I'd be okay with
It's
that.
the same conversation we've already had, right? Like, is Grant Williams better than Trey Lyles?
I think they're about even, and I would just
Oh.
keep Trey. Jesse says Grant's better.
Yeah, I think Grant's a much better. Like Grant can play late in the fourth quarter if you needed him to, like defensive wise and stuff like that. He can knock down the 3. I think we looked at the percentages, about 4% better than 3. I think it comes down to though. I mean, Trey Lyles is probably going to be the minimum or a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Grant would be the mid level. So it's just how much you want to pay.
Yeah, and Grant is a restricted.
Yeah, he's restricted, so Boston could match, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that.
That'd have to be like the last thing you do.
Mm.
Like you take care of everything, well, and then that probably puts you in a tough because you don't want to tell Trey, hey, hold on. Hey, Trey, you got 48 hours? Can you wait on this?
Trey might do it, man. Trey might.
He
do it,
might,
yeah.
but I do think Grant Williams is a better ball player.
The thing with Trey too, like you guys think he can play small ball 5. I don't think Grant can do that. I think
Well, that could, man, that's an important
a little
component
bit of
to
a game
this.
changer too.
Yeah, that's an important component to this.
I don't think he's a small ball 5 at all.
I think that's gonna. I think free agency begins in 2 hours. Like I don't know what unless the long prayed for Mason Plumlee signing is coming. I don't know. I don't know that quote backup 5 position is being filled.
You see the report that Zubac may be available and from the Clippers. I'd love to make that move. I don't know what it costs. But Zubac will be a hell of a backup 5. He's not,
and he's
more like
that's a trade.
Yeah, I think he's available for trade. He
they ain't gonna want no money back, so you trade them for.
If you still got some picks, second round picks,
trade him for a booth at Solomon Vinyl, and that's about it.
But that, I'd be all for that. That'd be all good.
Yeah.
But I do think, like you just said, though,
get him out of there before James Harden comes in and ruins the team.
We got who was it? It was Ben who would have the Daily Savano slander.
No, that was Brian. That was Brian. Ben has the nonstop Harrison Barnes slander.
Right.
Ben hates Harrison
Barnes. That is a fact.
He says I put Harrison Barnes on a pedestal just because I don't think he's trash.
He spent the last 18 hours just destroying the Kings.
18 hours? He's been like the last 18 days. Every day, check your mentions. Well, there's Ben. No, look, he doesn't like Harrison still. Oh, look, another Ben comparison from Harrison to Kenny Thomas. Great. Good stuff.
It's Ben with Harrison, Brian with Shavano.
Oh, yeah.
Me with Draymond.
Miss P close second.
Oh, Miss B always takes an opportunity.
She threw it in Drake bars. Like that's
she don't miss an opportunity. It's me with Draymond and it's you with James Harden.
That's facts, yeah.
Like it's coming up soon.
Yeah.
It's coming up soon.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes, though, this narrative that I saw from people like our friend in the Bay Area, like Ben, that, and it was all around Twitter, not alone, that Harrison, once he gets to the playoffs, he'll lose it for you. That was what was going around. I said, you know what? I'm not really too crazy about the narratives. Let me see for my damn self what's really going on. What's really good. And I found some stuff. And before I say it, just go ahead and tell the people where we're at. Man.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Producer. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2, Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. 2 hours till the start of free agency. Marcus Thompson joins us in just a couple of minutes. Kyle Madson joins us next hour, and we will be with you at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, reading tweets at a feverish pace to see if Sacramento's got anything else in the books. By the way, for those who haven't caught on to this, anytime Kenny tells me, tell everyone where we're at, that means he's about to cook for like the next 10 minutes.
Well,
so I'm going to sit back and take some notes.
And, whipping something up real quick. But Harrison Barnes, the narrative, he's a playoff failure. When it matters most, he won't get the job done. His career numbers in the regular season, 14.2 points per game, 5 rebounds, 1.8 assists, 45, 37, 81 splits. When I say those numbers, I mean field goal, 3-point field goal, and free throws for those that are, unfamiliar. His playoff numbers, 10.7, 4.9 rebounds, 1.3 assists. His splits are 42, 34, 75. They go down. Not disputing that. They go down. But I was like, all right, well, if that's the case, let me see these other guys that everybody wanted, myself included.
Yourself included.
Let's see what they do, because the big, it's not the regular season. Every time I hear somebody talk about Harrison Barnes, it's not the regular season. It's in the playoffs. He's gonna disappear. Let me see what these other guys do in the playoffs. Okay. Let's start with Jeremy Grant. His regular season averages are lower than Harrison Barnes career-wise. 12.3, 4 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 45, 35, 73. In the playoffs, his numbers go down. 10.5, 3.7 rebounds, 1 assist. Okay. We even mentioned Kelly Oubre, right?
Mhm.
His regular season numbers, less than Harrison Barnes, 12.8 points,
Mhm.
4.4 rebounds, 1 assist,
Mhm.
43, 33, 75. I'm not going to name the splits all the time. Just trust me, they're lower. All
Mhm.
right. Kelly Oubre in the playoffs, 7 points,
Hmm.
2.8 rebounds, 0.4 assists.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's him. That's him. OG Anunoby, big time upgrade.
Mm.
Big time upgrade.
Mhm.
Career numbers are lower than Harrison's. 11.6 points per game, 4.3 rebounds, 1.5 assists. All below Harrison's.
Mhm.
In the playoffs, he actually stays about the same.
Hmm.
He don't elevate.
Mhm.
Stays about the same. 11 points, 4.5 rebounds, 1.3 assists. And let's close this off with Kyle Kuzma, the guy who I said I wanted.
Mhm.
Now, also with that OG situation, you have to give up something to get OG. So you're giving up essentially Keegan Murray.
Okay. Well, no, clearly
You
not.
would, but that's the asking price.
Yeah, right. So clearly that's
So
not
it ain't
that's not a
like
conversation.
that's not even everybody was
Two-
like, I would have just went and got OG.
Two,
All right, sir.
I think, yeah, sit down. Two, I think when you're talking about OG Anunoby, you if you can't factor in what he does on the defensive end, it's not worth having the conversation.
And he's a better defender.
I don't think that applies to any other player that you just named. Not Kuzma, not Oubre, not none of those guys. It only applies to OG Anunoby in this situation.
Absolutely. Lastly, we got Kyle Kuzma, whose regular season numbers of 16.5, 6.4 rebounds, and 2.5 assists are all better than Harrison's in the regular season. So he's better than Harrison in the regular season. And this thing is about the postseason. I know Kuz is about to cook in the postseason. 9.1 points, 3.3 rebounds, 0.9 assists, 40, 28, 76 splits in the postseason. So these were the guys that everybody said the Kings should go after instead of Harrison Barnes. And it was always a situation of, well, in the regular season, Harrison's going to do something, but he's going to disappear. We've seen him disappear in the playoffs. He's got better numbers than everybody that I just mentioned in the postseason. So what y'all think is going to happen with who you brought in outside of Harrison? Because the track record says they're going to fall apart in the playoffs as well.
They're younger, so they're going to magically be better in the playoffs.
There you go. There you go. There you go. I did a little bonus.
Shout out to my man Chris Thomas. He's the only person I know who hates Harrison Barnes more than Ben does. And I guess we're vouching for Harrison Barnes. We're committing career suicide. I guess this is it. I guess today's our last day. Chris Thomas is actually my guy. So for him to tell us that we're committing career suicide, that's a big day. Before you know it, we're going to be announcing, hey, ratings are great. I just happen to be quitting this show so I can go spend time with my family. That's just what it's going to be. Yeah, we're committing career suicide here.
And let's my man Aldrin, he said, and Aldrin's my guy. He's been a big supporter. He's been showing love. Me and him been on the same page with Kuzma. But he says, your argument is only offense, Casey. It's one-sided. Well, the argument against Harrison is always offense. Right? He going to disappear. They always bring his point totals in there and all this other stuff. He's going to disappear in the playoffs. They miss shots. What they say in the Bay Area, he just missed shots. It's always offense. They don't talk about his defense. So let's talk about his offense and talk about these other teams' offense. And also, I don't think outside of OG Anunoby, people, maybe Jeremy Grant, maybe, nobody's saying that Kyle Kuzma's a better defender than
absolutely not.
Harrison Barnes.
That's why I said OG's the only individual that you're bringing up that you factor in the defensive side of the thing. You're not factoring in defense with Kelly Oubre, though I think he can do some things on the defensive end. He can also do some things on the defensive end. Yeah. and Kyle Kuzma, same thing. We've acknowledged Kyle Kuzma is a better rebounder. It goes back, in my belief, to exactly what I said when we started this show. They wanted something new. And in their mind, new equates to better. And the better option may not have been realistic. We can speculate. We could do a D'Lo and KC 30 for 30 if you want to on what went on those 2.5 weeks that they didn't talk. I think it was as simple as they were checking out their other options. They were exploring potential trades. they didn't like what they heard, and they kept moving. I said this 2 days ago. We said this 2 days ago. I do not know if the Kings even contacted Kyle Kuzma.
No clue.
We saw yesterday and collectively laughed at the dude who said the Sacramento Kings were in on James Harden. People just be saying stuff.
Right.
Kyle Kuzma fit. And that's not a knock on Jake Fisher. Like Jake Fisher, like he does his work. He's got people around the league. You look at the math. Maybe somebody says something here. Somebody says something here. As of right now, we can't track anything that says there was serious talks. As soon as we got the Kyle Kuzma, hey, maybe there's something to follow. We got to divert path. We detour. You could go back and you can hear the detour in the middle of the show.
Hey,
I don't think there was anything there.
And even for that show, it wasn't us that kept talking about Kuzma. It was you guys. You guys kept bringing him up.
Hey,
we only had him for a segment.
one segment.
It was you guys.
One segment. One segment that went from 12 to 2:45.
Hey, real quick for S and giggles. Everybody talk about the 2016 finals, right? And they say Harrison in the Bay Area, they're gonna tell you he cost them the NBA finals.
Oh, yes. Those are good friends in the Bay Area.
He cost them the NBA
That's
finals.
right.
I was like, well, let me see what happened.
They just didn't get beat by Cleveland.
No, let me see what happened in these NBA finals, man. I gotta figure it out. Harrison in the regular season that year averaged 11.7 points per game. In that finals, he averaged 9.3 points per game. A drop. His splits in the regular season, 46, 38, 76. They plummeted in the finals. Not going to lie, 35, 31, 60. He didn't have a good NBA finals. But you know what I also discovered? The two-time, the back-to-back MVP.
Mm-hmm.
In the regular season, he put up 30 points per game.
Oh, my, that's good.
50, 45, 90.
Wow.
Historic. This guy, GOAT. In the finals, 22.6 points per game, 40, 40, 92 splits. Come on, man. Come on, man.
It's almost as if, and I know this is going to sound crazy, it's almost as if Cleveland was the better team in that series.
Look, it's almost, and you know I love him. He's top 10 on my list. He's redeemed himself. He's shown you what he can do.
Hands down.
It's almost as if Steph didn't choke in that series. That's what they've been trying to hide this whole time. He went from 30 a game to 22. He went from hitting his field goal percentage dropped 10 percentage points.
KC, playoffs is different, bro. Playoffs hit different. Hey, young Steph wasn't ready for it. I mean, it's not like he was De'Aaron. De'Aaron was ready.
40 on your head.
In a 7-game series loss, but still, that kid lives forever. He absolutely lives forever.
Where is that kid? Actually, the young man that I told you about that might be coming in and looking at everything. I think he goes to school with that kid. I'm gonna see if he can find
set it up. Set it up. You need to talk to the 40 on your effing head kid and his parents. What if that was Bruce? We'll come back. Is Josh still there? Tell Josh, hang on.
Sorry, Josh.
First of all,
I was running my mouth.
Tell Josh we're sorry.
Yeah, I had to get in my bag.
Then tell him hang on. We'll get to him right after the break. If you want to get in on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. We also got Marcus Thompson set to join us here in just a heartbeat on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah. So we'll get Josh real quick and then call.
Oh, shout out to Leo's. You know what I'm saying? It is cancer season right now, though. It is cancer season. Show some respect. And you talking to the main event, the main eventer of cancer season. Your boy Kenny Caraway. What? Who's trolling? Who's trolling? Did the man shoot 10 percentage points less from the field, or did he not? Did the points per game go from 30 to 22, or did it not? Stop playing, man. And I love Steph. Steph number 8 all time on my list, man. Stop playing. He's one of the greatest of all time, but we just got to call a spade a spade. We got to call a spade a spade. Uncle Looney. Steph Curry had Kevin Love 40 feet from the basket and couldn't get by him. He was too busy throwing up a thirsty-ass three. Steph Curry went behind the back with a pass out of bounds in the fourth quarter. Stop. No, stop. We all know Steph is one of the greats of all time. Once again, top 8 all time on my personal list. But stop giving this dude a pass for 2016 finals. Stop. They was up 3-1. He was the MVP. He threw a behind the back pass next to Rihanna. He gave the ball to Rihanna. Stop giving him a pass.
I would too.
I don't blame.
I would have threw the game for Rihanna. You want to say who you rooting for? You got it. You got it, man.
Dude had Kevin Love on him. 40 feet from the basket. He want to shoot a contested 35-footer.
That felt like a shot at Kevin Love.
It was what it was at Kevin Love.
Kevin Love a Hall of Famer?
Is Kevin Love a Hall of Famer? I mean, not in my first mind, but he might make it if I think about it hard enough.
Like an 8th ballot Hall of Famer?
Damn.
Something like that. Something like that.
I don't think there are 8 ballots.
Barnes is wide open like Mac Mall, huh? Thirsty threes. Sounds like downtown Sac at 1:30 a.m.
Come on, man. Come on, Rob Dub.
Stop, bro. Stop. Stop. We ain't hearing all that. He wasn't banged up, pause, when they went up 3-1. We ain't hearing that, bro.
You know,
we ain't hearing that. Stop.
Yeah, I'm just shooting a email. You know, we're on the verge of doing something that this company's never done before. Me and you.
What's that?
With our plans.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Yeah, it's never been done before. That was made clear to me today.
Legend in 2 games like we Pee Wee Kirkland. That's a Pusha T line, or is that Malice? I don't know. Manny, tell me, who said that? Pusha or Malice? I can't remember.
It's the other one.
Malice.
Legend in 2 games like I'm Pee Wee Kirkland. Malice a preacher.
Pusha T's Essentials kind of cold.
Pusha T, he's great. I was having a conversation with my man Ace yesterday after he watched it.
Is he the Jokic of rap? He's really good, but he doesn't get like that marketable stuff.
Oh, that was part of the Corners of the Culture fight.
Yeah.
These two were shitting all over him.
50.
You were taking dumps on Pusha T?
Yeah, go. Yeah.
Yeah, your face.
No,
I can tell by your
think
face
Don
right
was
there.
doing more than I was.
Yeah, Don was doing a lot.
Did you watch The Office, by the way?
What?
Oh, wow. I told you. Man. You a liar, bro.
Who said I got left out bad bougie?
I told you. You a liar, bro.
I even watched the dinner party episode yesterday.
You told all these people, I'm gonna watch the episode tonight. I'm gonna watch it tonight. Ask him again, Jesse.
Did you watch The Office yesterday like you told the whole world you would?
A 124-minute episode. Did you watch it?
Who said I got left out bad and bougie?
Exactly. Let's get Josh in here before Marcus Thompson joins us. 916-909-1320. What's up, Josh?
I just wanted to jump in and say guilty as charged of bad-mouthing Harrison Barnes. But when you really look at the numbers, and we don't know what the other small forwards are going to get, I think once we look back in a year or two, the production on the court to value is going to be up there as the highest of those guys, just because of, I think they're going to be getting the 20s to 30s, and Harrison is where he's at. I think that's a good deal. And I was trying to think the best way to say how it feels getting him, because I like him and all, but it just feels real John Salmons-y. I don't know if that's
No, don't put that on.
you know, it's like that guy. I just was like, he just never seemed like he wanted to win. I don't know really how to describe it. It just that's all I got.
John Salmons
will give Kings PTSD.
I'll say this though, Josh. I say, you might look back in a year or two and feel better. I'm gonna tell you this: you might look back in an hour or two or feel better.
You might. You just might. Poor John Salmons. He does give Kings fans PTSD. I mean, those are some dark times. Those are some dark times.
I think
when he kept coming back.
That's what it is. I think it's the fact that he just kept returning. I think that it was like the thing Big Al was going to get checked on. The doctor just keeps coming back.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no good. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic going to join us here in just a second. He joins us by phone. I don't know why. We can't put a camera on him.
He's a busy man, though. He is. Man. You know, he be moving. He got the daughters. The daughters usually have him going somewhere too.
I think the last time we talked to him, he was actually on his way to a Warriors practice. We got our man Marcus Thompson here at The Athletic. Marcus, appreciate you for joining us. Have you already prepped the column for Draymond Green's 3-year, $120 million contract extension that's going to be announced?
No, make it 4.
4
years. Give him the extra year, man. Please give him the extra year.
Man, this sounds like the different kind of green. It sounds like green with envy. Y'all didn't get Draymond. That's what it is.
Oh, you stop that.
Oh, no, I salute. I salute to this finesse. Hey, MT, I salute to this finesse, man. Finesse God, Draymond Green, man. He about to get another $100 million. All I could do is tip my hat to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They're bidding against themselves at this point. Nobody has the space. So I don't know if it gets that high. I'd be surprised. Really be surprised. Because if not, why wouldn't he just sign it if they throw it in front of him? I think Draymond hopping on that stuff.
That boy wants the attention. That's why. He just wants the attention.
I'd be surprised if it's like 30 in the first year. I'd be really surprised. That was for, like, if you was gonna take 30 to play with Portland, like, it's like, all right, now you got how much would you take to win with the Warriors and play with Steph? I don't know if that's the same price. If I'm Mike Dunleavy, I'm like, look, here's the number. Otherwise, you can go not win somewhere else.
You think so? I think we all believe he's coming back to the Warriors. But do you think, like, if his hand was forced like that, do you think like he would be prideful and say, no, all right, fine, I'll leave. I'll go to Portland. I'll go to Detroit. Or he would, I don't want to, this sounds bad, but like tuck his tail between his legs and come back to whatever the Warriors gave him?
No, I think Draymond is smart enough to know, like, what's best for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if he don't get the money he wants, like, he's smart enough to figure out. Like, he's more the type like, all right, I'm going to take this money, but I'm going to get it somehow else, right? Like, I'm going to figure out another way to work it. So I don't think he would do that. I think the most difficult part is going to be he's got to tell Steph, I'm leaving you. And the reason is like, yeah, because I want to stick it to Mike Dunleavy. I don't know if that flies, right? It's got to be like, man, for a couple million, that's what you giving up all this for? So in the end, I think he'd stay and then figure out a way to work it to his advantage another way. Like maybe that demand a trade later or something like that. So I think he'd take the money. If it was like far apart, if it was like 20 and 30, like Warriors are from 20 and somebody else off for 30, I think he'd leave. But if it's 25, I don't think that's enough to look Steph in the eye and be like, I'm out.
Yeah, so cute. Go tell Steph he's leaving. You think there, Marcus? You think there was another, like, even one other suitor out there for Draymond?
Oh yeah, I've heard of a couple. Yeah, listen,
like, I mean, serious suitor.
You was the Kings real?
Why y'all even acting like this is like breaking news? Like, all right, there's 30 teams. Just go with how many suckers are out there.
Yeah.
Like, the idea that somebody else will want us, like, of course there are. Then there's like how many teams that are like right there and need one good player who knows how to win. Like, the idea that this league won't want Draymond is nuts. It's ludicrous. You know how many big stiffs get past her? Nikola Vucevic ain't never won nothing in his life, and he just got $60 million. And you telling me Draymond ain't got a market? That's crazy.
Yeah,
it's
but
a bunch of garbage big dudes out there. Like you tell them Draymond's better than all them dudes, and they're getting paid. So why wouldn't he? Like to me, that idea doesn't make sense. Not to mention, really all you got to do is finesse. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course there are teams to. It's like when they say, "Oh man, that contract will never be traded," and then it gets traded. Like, because there's always somebody to trade to. There's always somebody who can do it. That's on your ability to kind of work it and hustle. I mean, look, y'all got stuck with Sabonis.
Stop.
we ain't stuck with
Stop.
nobody.
Stop.
What you talking
Stop.
about?
Don't do
Marcus?
that. Don't
We
do
ain't
that.
stuck with nobody.
Don't do that.
I knew that. I was just messing with y'all.
What do you think about the Kings move to keep Harrison?
I mean, I figured it's what they would do. I hope it's not the last move. It's not the end. I like that better than Kuz, I think.
Okay.
I'd rather have Harrison Barnes and a couple other pieces than like no Harrison Barnes and a bunch of money at Kuz, and now you just got what you got. Like to me, I feel like you lock up Barnes, you extend Kevon Looney's nephew, and then you know what I'm saying? And then
man. What is with y'all brothers in the Bay Area? What's wrong with y'all?
Come on, man. You started with the smoke, so I think is that not Kevon Looney's nephew now? Come on.
Oh, I can't wait to see y'all on Christmas Day. Oh, I can't wait.
I know, right? But I feel like if they add a couple of like pieces, right? A couple of not like, dominant, not big. They don't need that. They're good enough. They just need a couple more pieces to be able to say, all right, we're going to change how we play a bit. And here's another option. And like we saw it against the Warriors. It was like, all right, Terrence Davis, save us. They need somebody who's like better than Terrence Davis, but maybe not good enough to supplant Keegan Murray in the starting lineup, right? But if you wanted to go small or trigger a certain different type of style, they could start and it would be fine. Like they need somebody like that. So and it'll be tough, but I feel like it's a few guys out there that will work.
So that's what I was about to ask you though, Marcus. Like, I don't disagree, but realistically, you look around at the landscape. I mean, are those guys available in free agency or during trade? I mean, we talk about OG, like, yeah, he'd fit the criteria, but they said Masai was asking for Keegan. So that defeats the purpose. Like, is there a realistic move, in your opinion, that could fill that void?
I mean, I do think so, though. I think there's some players out there. I just don't think they're going to be the big sexy types. I don't think you need a OG Anunoby who's clearly like, being over. I mean, dude been on the trade market for 2 years and can't nobody get him. So his price too high. Like, I don't know what they're doing, but I mean, Bruce Brown would be great if you can get in on the Bruce Brown because he's somebody who can come off the bench but is start quality. I feel like, I mean, here's a weird one you might not like, but D'Angelo Russell. If you can get him to come off the bench,
D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, if you can get him off the bench, he probably won't play no D. But man, he can get you 30 in a certain situation. I think they should be looking at some of them Heat boys. Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, like some of those guys. It won't be the sexy picks like Dante DiVincenzo. I know he probably won't go back after what happened, but he'd be perfect. Like he's a guy who could come in and he could start or he can come off the bench, but he's gonna be a factor. Like, I think it's a lot of guys. It's like, which one can you convince to come to Sacramento? Which is, you would think that would be an easier sell because, like, I don't know. I'd rather go to Sacramento than the Knicks. Like, who, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of these teams are like, man, y'all ain't never winning. Cut it out. But the Kings feel like they're right there. Seth Curry is another one. Like, Seth Curry would be great on the Kings.
Yeah, I like
that dude's get a bucket. Yeah. He was there, huh? My fault.
He was. Well, yeah, I think George Karl said he'd be out of the league in a year.
They foolishly let him go to Dallas. I don't want to say it's like Isaiah Thomas, but I remember it.
It was bad.
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah.
Isaiah Thomas might be the worst one.
Yeah, Lonnie Walker. Torian Prince would be great.
Torian Prince. We talked about Torian Prince yesterday. I like
Torian Prince would be great for the team.
I like Torian Prince. I like the idea of him. Yeah. There are some guys out there. You're right.
Who you got your eye on any team, any situation today as we get closer to 3:00?
I just want to see what Houston does. I feel like that's going to be the first. I mean, they got all the money, so
Yeah.
Is
Fred VanVleet
the people with money?
Is Fred VanVleet a domino? Like if he signs in Houston especially for the money that's out there, you think Toronto changes course and is like, all right, we didn't get him. Let's pull this thing apart.
Yeah, I don't know if he's the domino. I think Houston is the domino right now. Houston is the sugar daddy of the league, right? It's all they got $60 million of money, and so everybody camped out on the porch like, wait and see they're gonna throw it, right? Like,
Marcus a wild dude, man.
I'm just saying they got all the money. So if they spend it on Fred VanVleet, now you got to go find you another hustle. So I feel like Houston is the one, right? Because they just have all this cap space. They can fit 2 big salaries on there, and people want their money, right? So now, once they make a move, once they decide, now things become a little bit more clear. Like if they get James Harden, if they were like, all right, we're gonna pay for James Harden, right? We're gonna just take that salary on and spare the 76ers. Like, even though that's probably not in play right now, but if that was the case, that changes everything for Fred VanVleet, right? Like he ain't out here commanding a huge market, but he's trying to find out if he's got a sugar mom out there. So that's what Houston is right now. I know y'all think nobody wants Draymond, but it's a few of them out there.
No, that's not what it was.
Man, no, it wasn't nobody wants him. It's nobody wants. He's looking for like $20 million, $25 million. It's like, I don't know. I wouldn't give him 25.
I'm gonna relieve you of that notion all day, every day. As much as they always talking, everybody wants to like say here's his value. That's what good agents are for. You know what I'm saying? Like you telling me Monty Williams is the best coach in the NBA.
Well,
he's certainly the highest paid.
The best agent.
Like who would pay Monty?
He's the most comfortable coach in the NBA.
That's what I'm saying. Like, man, it don't matter what's reasonable, what makes sense. It's like Denzel said, man. It's not what you know. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. It's not what you should get. It's what you can get. Boom. And that's on your game. That's on your hustle. Like, I wouldn't pay some dudes, but I wouldn't give Vucevic $20 million a year.
Well,
but he got it.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. My homeboy Tarek hit me up like, yeah, Marcus is right. Big Vooch, he a Bulls fan. He's like, Marcus is right. I don't know what they doing with that.
They just like, we're going to run it back. They were like, yeah, man, we've been like a play-in team for the last 3 years. Run it back. Like another round on us with the same dudes. Like, what? Are you guys not watching this dude not guard anybody ever?
Yeah, I would have moved on from it. Real quick, Marcus, before we get you out of here. What's up with your boy James, man? You want to talk about sugar daddies and you want to talk about Daryl Morey and James Harden. What's up with your boy James, man? Look like he coming to LA. That's what I'm thinking.
Hey, man, talk about finesse guy, right?
Man.
Oh my God,
man.
Hey, James, the cool part about James, like he'll have moments where he looks incredible, but like he almost guaranteed to flame out at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And it never bothers him, right? Like he'll be like, yo, he finished his last game with 9 points and 12 turnovers. And he like, yeah, but give me $50 million. And we're like, I mean, is there anything more LA than that? Like he gonna come in with a pink fur coat on, drop 30 and 20 on somebody's head, and then his last game of the season gonna be trash. Like that's James, but it's such a grand us. I mean, he's so incredible at what he does. You always think what's possible with him. But yeah, he's gonna be a Clipper. He's gonna have incredible games. He's gonna look great, like he was in Game 6 in the playoffs, where you're like, yo, what? We're like, we didn't know this dude was still alive. And then in Game 7, he got 9 points. Like that's James Harden. But for some reason, you're gonna pay for him always, and I respect that. That's an OG move right there. Get your sun shades on, the pink fur coat, and drop somebody here now.
Hey, do you like if you're James Harden? Like, do you? It's the teams I can't forgive. It's the Clippers that I can't forgive. Like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this?
It's 30 teams in the league. Like, it's a reason why like 7 teams have won a championship, right? Like, like a bunch of people like don't do this well. So, like, I mean, they're not like the evidence is there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the evidence is right there. You know, maybe Washington Wizards could turn it around, but
well,
I mean, for real, like, I mean, they got new management and all that. I mean, the Warriors were this for forever. So it's not like, you know, I'm talking about something I don't know. Like, I watched it. You remember the movie Life? Like, a lot of teams are like, can't get right. Like, you know?
Oh, just can't get right, boss.
Can't get right, man.
Can't get right, boss.
Hey, Mark,
so it's always money out there, baby.
You in the are you in the Steph doc that's coming out?
No, I'm not in those. I ain't get paid to be.
Oh, they left you out.
The man that wrote 2 books on it. How they not gonna talk to Marcus Thompson?
Wow.
Yeah, they
Hey, man,
they tripping.
Hey, it's all good, man.
Hey,
You know, I just get in where I fit in. That's a very too short line from Oakland. You know,
get working on that Draymond Green.
Well, no, that I was about to say, Marcus, when you get the word that Draymond has signed for 4 years and $180 million to go back to the Warriors, just text us and let us know. Let us know first.
I'm coming on. No, I'm coming on. I'll be like, get that breaking news sound together.
Marcus Thompson's new book, Finesse God, the Draymond Green story drops. Drops at about 3:05. Marcus,
hey, come on, man. I love it.
We appreciate you, brother. Thank you as always.
All right, have a good one, fella.
That's our man, Marcus Thompson, right there. We gotta have Marcus on more.
Yeah, man, you're a funny dude.
That dude crazy.
So there's a lot of people that aren't good at this.
He called Houston, man. You know, he said it. It was like, damn, he's right. It really is like 7 teams that win championships.
You know, we talked about this before. We sit back, you know, from, you know, in front of our microphones on the couch, you know, in front on our Twitter, and we talk about, yo, why didn't you just do this?
Right.
Like it's this simple.
Right.
I will stall out these front office people a little bit. There is a lot that goes on. We talked about it a little bit the other day. There's a lot that goes on to running a franchise. Like, I'm not saying this happened, but it's like the agency that has Harrison Barnes could have easily been like, hey, if you don't give my man this deal, I'm just throwing out a name. We got Keegan coming up.
Oh, no, 100%.
Like,
absolutely. Yeah.
Hey, give my man this deal.
Yep.
And we'll remember that on the Keegan deal. If you don't, we'll remember that on the Keegan deal.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do?
I think that stuff absolutely does happen. I don't think to like a degree of like a Harrison Barnes with like not like that, but the sooner you're willing to accept agents control far more of the NBA than you're willing to admit, the better off you'll be. Like, agents are in control of a lot. Now, most of them are acting in the best interest of their client in a single situation. But that single situation can also lead to the best interest of their clients. And that's what you're talking about right there. Yeah. Those are the situations.
Those things happen, man. Or, you know, or like a general manager may, you know, the owner might come in and say, I want this guy. You know, well, this guy, he's not really good for what I said I want this guy. Okay, well, I guess this is who we're drafting, or this is who we're signing, or make it happen. There is a lot that goes into it sometimes. But there's also sometimes where it's just incompetence.
No, what's that? Did you see what Mark Stein talking about?
No. I don't know if I have Mark Stein alerts. I gotta get Mark Stein alerts.
Well, no, but you got Jesse alerts. This actually from Jesse.
This comes in right now.
Kuzma might wind up back in Washington.
Well,
hey.
Well,
we just broadcast journalists, man. We just having fun. We just broadcast journalists.
Doing what we can, man.
That's all we doing. Speaking of broadcast journalism, yo, what the hell is going on at ESPN?
Well, I think Trista said it best. You see Trista's tweet?
I didn't.
Said it looks like ESPN didn't reach the second apron.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, but bro, you let Susie Colbert go? Like, I'm fine that Jalen's gone. Jalen does nothing for me. But you let Susie go?
Well, so it's
you let Jeff Van Gundy go?
It's twofold, right? Number one, they gave Pat McAfee a lot of money.
$4 trillion, I believe.
A lot of money. And you guys, you heard me say it. I'll say it again. I'm not going to get on nobody for taking the bag or getting the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Big ups. I'm not like McAfee's cool. I don't not like him. I just don't go seek him out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of money for somebody that like is like, I think there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people that do go seek him out, but that's just a lot of money. Yeah. So to justify that, I think they had to make some of these moves. But here's the cold part.
I just can't wait to see Pat McAfee on NBA Countdown.
Right. Let me tell you about what's Terrence Harris III.
By the way, shout out to TD. I don't know where he's going to land. I just
TD, man, that's my
doesn't
boy.
feel like it's Sacramento.
But here's the other cool thing about ESPN, though. Like, they don't have to do any of this. I had a tweet earlier. They made a lot of money last year.
Yeah, they're not poor.
They don't have to do any of this.
Mm-hmm.
But like they put out a press release. Somebody talked about it. They put out a press release talking about, quote unquote, given the current environment. And the guy was like, the current environment is that Disney, ESPN's parent company, made $29 billion in profit in 2022, which is 27% increase over 2021. And he goes on to say, if ESPN wants to cut costs to boost profits even more, no one can stop them. But claiming it's because of a current environment as they're making it is actually not the case.
Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy let go, Jalen Rose let go, Susie Colbert let go,
Steve Young let go,
Neil Everett let go earlier in the week,
mm-hmm.
Or over the last few weeks. That's just a company that I just don't believe in anymore.
Mm.
I know we have the call letters. That's a marketing agreement. You and I feel differently about those ESPN letters,
mm-hmm.
and I get your point. Like, I completely get your point.
So it's still a brand, It feels
like it's a dying brand to me.
It's like, to me, it's almost like Kleenex and Band-Aid.
No, I got you. It's just, I got you.
Sports talk on TV, like I think you just said it right now, it's dead, right? ESPN, like, does anyone really go to watch these ESPN shows? Fox Sports, I don't go there at all. Anywhere else?
I don't. It's weird because I don't think it's dead. I think it's been killed. Like, I think they killed it because I don't think people, like, we could talk about the changing way in which we watch sports media now, but like ESPN, it's not because I don't watch TV, it's because they turn me away from it. Like, I'm not watching it. The handful of times that, oh yeah, I got the computer open working on the show, what's First Take doing? Oh look, it's the Mad Dog guy. I'm out. I'm gone.
Right.
I saw more minutes this week than I have in the last year because I saw Freddie.
Yeah.
Freddie's good people.
Yeah.
And he's not a nonsense guy.
Right.
I'll listen to what Freddie has to say.
But you know what? And this is, what I say to that. And then, talking about, these other guys saying nobody watches, somebody watching them. And unless the ratings are fake, which we know ratings can be interesting. Like every time I see something,
or people can just lie about
well,
them.
there's that too.
There's a lot of that going around too.
Numbers seem to be up with these shows. I think a lot of people watch these shows. I think people like you and me and Jesse, we don't watch it. Maybe because we're kind of in it and we don't have a lot of time for the BS. But I'm not saying she watches it, but my mom, somehow let me throw on ESPN. I think there's a lot of people out there like that.
I watch SVP, man, and that's about where it ends for me. Other than live, obviously live games and stuff like that. We'll come back. Speaking of, there was a game last night that we talked about a little bit on yesterday's show that we'll dive into just for a brief second. And now, what happens next for Sacramento? Are we eyeing the Domas Sabonis extension? And what's the word on Sasha? We've got all that coming up, plus Kyle Madson on the way. And we're just counting down a little over an hour away from the beginning of NBA free agency. We'll keep you updated on everything that happens from now until then. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River rolls along here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh man. When was that? Was that last? When was that? Extra white chocolate? I missed it. Was it better than the Puerto Rico one? The Puerto Rico crowd? That Puerto Rico crowd was crazy. I was glad I watched that show. I'll probably watch Money in the Bank tomorrow. That's a good show. Money in the Bank's always a really good show. Oh man, what y'all got cooking in here? Yeah. You know who else did that, Chris? WWE did that shit too. They did it. I think WWE did it during the pandemic also, when no one had anywhere to work. Yo, Johnny, that was fire, bro. That was dope. That got sent to me and tagged to me by like a handful of people. That was dope. If you haven't seen it yet, 4 o'clock, obviously, go see it. It's pretty dope. No predictions whatsoever on what they do with the Bloodline story. I can't wait to see it though, because they haven't missed yet. They have not missed on that story. It's Stephen A, Pat McAfee, and Mike Greenberg. That's their big three.
So it's Mike Breen and Mark Jackson is like the top commentator team now?
Yeah. Yeah, just got rid of the 3-man booth. I don't know what you're thanking us for, man, but you're welcome.
Maybe you won tickets.
Maybe he did. But no, Wacky Starfish won the tickets.
I think it was 2 winners, though.
Oh, it was 2 winners? Jay, did you win tickets yesterday? Man, goodness gracious. 14-1, bro. That was the game I was alluding to. We'll talk about that right when we get back. Oh, that makes sense. Doris has done some stuff with them a time or two. How much time we got, Jesse?
30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I'll make it.
You want me to add like a minute or something?
Nah, we're good. I've just been perhaps a little too heavy on the fluids today.
Uh-oh.
I watched the dinner party episode for The Office yesterday. The one where the extra scenes and stuff like that. Jen is such a crazy person.
Oh, so good. The extra scenes are so good.
I'm watch that tonight.
Stop, dude.
Okay, pal.
You don't ever mention The Office again. Honestly.
There's a lot more people here than I thought there would be. I sneaky expected everybody to be gone in like 10 minutes. Office is closing at 2, everybody. Let's go. Me, you, and the Bailey Show. Aces lit up the Liberty last night in a battle of 2 of the top squads in the WNBA. All 5 starters for the Aces scored in double figures. Nothing new there. 14-1 on the season.
That's too much, bro. Ain't nobody touching them.
Liberty 10-4. The Aces are averaging 93 points a game.
Ain't nobody touching that, man. Back-to-back season on deck.
Yeah,
Get the strip ready for another parade.
Yeah, I think you might be right, man.
They are tough.
Yeah, they're nasty. They're nasty. If you haven't had a chance to watch the Aces this year, do that.
I was watching last night. I mean, Stewie had some nice little moments, and they were trying.
It was a good first half.
Yeah.
And then the third quarter came, and it was like, well,
that's all she wrote.
That'll do it.
That's all she wrote. Yeah, they're tough, man. They're too tough.
If there's a super team, like the Liberty might be a super team. The Aces are like a super duper team. Like whatever's next after a super team, that might be the Aces.
Yeah.
That might be what they are.
Wynn got Candace. Jackie Young got better.
Bruh, you could form 2 playoff teams if you split the Aces in half. You could have 2 teams make the playoffs with that squad.
That is a fact.
Do you think they beat the Comets record with the 5 losses?
I do.
The only thing that gives me pause is there's like 8 more games. Maybe it's not 8, but there's more games this year than there has been in the past. But yeah, I'm predicting.
I want to say 3, but I'll say 4 losses this year.
So they'd match, but they'd match the number of losses, but it would be a better win percentage.
I thought 5 was the number.
Oh, is it 5? I thought the number was 4.
I'll double check. You might be right.
Yeah. Whatever it is, they'll beat it. If it's 4, then
regardless, that's insane. Like they lost 4 times in 32 games or something like that. That's insane.
Yeah.
Jesse's looking up that.
I want to see him on the road though. I want to see them go to the Barclays and play the Liberty and see what that looks like. I want to see him in the playoffs on the road. I want to see what happens.
We were both wrong. It was 3. They went 27-3.
Wow. Jeez. Well, I don't know if
what year was that?
98.
So the second season of the league, they lost 3 games.
Cynthia Cooper.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
bad.
And I was a young boy. Maybe I just, wasn't as locked in. I wasn't as locked into women's basketball at that time, but it felt like she came out of nowhere and just I know she was
a lot of
big
them,
at SC
except
and did her thing there, and obviously she was overseas,
right? Which you're not going to be privy to. Like the only one who didn't really come out of nowhere was Rebecca Lobo.
But she, Coop wasn't even on the team, the USA team.
She wasn't.
She wasn't on that first team, that 96 team.
96 squad.
I don't believe. No, I don't think so, because it was Ruthie, Cheryl, Lisa.
Well, the cool part was, this sound weird, she was old, wasn't she?
Yeah, she wasn't young.
She was like, when the WNBA started, she was old, or in comparison.
Right. She was like mid-30s, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. And she just they couldn't guard her. You couldn't do nothing with Cynthia Cooper.
So hold on, Nick. I looked this up in the most absurd way
Teresa
imaginable.
Edwards,
Teresa's there, Ruthie,
McGee,
Cheryl, Dawn.
McGee,
Yeah, she wasn't
Dawn.
on it. Yeah, she wasn't on that squad.
I think she was on the next one. Obviously.
Ruthie Bolton was, though.
Yeah, she was. Sacramento stand up. Ruthie still be around the city.
Yeah, she work out across the street with Al.
Yeah, she still go to Al.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Al still itching to whoop our ass. Like, I assure you. Al wants to come over on a commercial break and so he can whoop our ass. Like, he absolutely wants that. Free agency approaching. Like, I don't think this has anything to do with free agency. I can't say I know that for sure, but I don't think it has anything to do with free agency. I'm just feeling like if there's something happening with Sasha, they'll just kind of align everything over the next handful of days with if their idea is to sign Trey Lyles, extend Domantas Sabonis, and confirm that Sasha Vezenkov is actually coming over. I think those are things that we'll see over the course of the next few days. I saw someone tweeted an article about Olympiacos offering him, I think it was 2.5 million euros per year over the next 4 seasons. And I don't know what the conversion rate is, but I think he's being offered a smidge bit more to come over here.
Yeah.
I know there's buyouts involved. Like I know there's like a buyout involved and the Kings can only pay so much of it. I know there's a couple of like dynamics here, but I don't think money is going to be one of them when it comes to Sasha. Or at least based on some of the things that we've heard, I don't think it's going to be.
I agree. I know that somebody mentioned that. Somebody asked me, I was having a conversation. They said, Sasha. I was like, yeah, it's pretty much a done deal that he's coming back, or that he's coming over. And when I saw that number figure, I was like, yeah, why wouldn't he now? I mean, you can come over here and one season, you'd be all right.
Well, the reason he wouldn't is because over there he's playing 30, minutes a night or whatever.
True.
He's him, apparently.
Yeah. Well, come over here and test yourself, man. Come over here and test yourself. So
you really that good, bro? Come do it in the league. Come do it in the league then.
I expect him to come over. And what do you think about, like I said, so Sasha's over here. Harrison Barnes is back. Is it as simple as like Trey Lyles or go get one more guy? Or you think they can coexist when Duarte came too? But do you think like is it just one more spot or do they have room to get Trey Lyles and somebody else? Not financially, but just roster wise.
I feel like there's one more thing out there. And I don't know what it is. This is 100% an opinion. This isn't wink, wink. No, I think there's one more thing out there. I just don't know what it is. They have space. They have flexibility. There's moves they can make. It's just, is there a player out there that they want, either through trade or, have they poked around the restricted free agent market? I don't know. I'm not of the belief it's done. I think there's one more, at least one more something out there. And I don't know if it's a trade. I don't know if it's for, a player on a rookie deal. I don't know if it's a vet. I don't know if it's a forward, a big, your Lord and Savior, Mason Plumlee. I don't know what it is. I feel like there's one more thing out there.
What would you want it to be for?
I don't know. Giannis Antetokounmpo. I'll take that.
I'll
take Giannis, and I wouldn't want James Harden. I don't hate the Grant Williams idea. And that sounds weird. I like Grant Williams. I actually like that idea. I think it does come at the expense of Trey Lyles, which means if Grant Williams is an idea, important to point out, Grant Williams is in the restricted category of this conversation. There probably needs to be there either needs to be a 5 involved somewhere, or you've got a lot of faith in Kata.
Kata and Trey Lyles, though.
What I'm saying is, if you went Grant Williams and you believe that Trey Lyles isn't the guy, or if you went Grant Williams and you believe that you can't have Trey Lyles and Grant Williams, if you go the Grant Williams way, I believe there's got to be a big involved somewhere.
Yeah, I was just saying that the alternative in my head would be you bring back Trey Lyles.
You have them both?
You have them both.
Okay.
And he's your small ball 5 against bigger guys. You got Kata as your backup.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hate it. They do have to extend an offer at some point to Kata. They extended the qualifying offers. I don't. Those are. I don't think those deals have cap holds yet. So I don't know how that factors into. I think Bobby Marks used the $18 million number, and the Chris Duarte deal isn't done yet, so that didn't factor into that $18 million we saw earlier of the cap space available. Duarte will eat a little bit into that. I think it was 4 this year, 5 next year, or something along those lines, 4 and some change. It's nothing significant. And remember, the Kings only got to get to 90%. I don't think they're going to spend just for the sake of spending.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what other moves there is to be made, but like I said earlier, I think the roster is pretty much,
and it could be like what we hear next could very well be the Sabonis renegotiates this next year and signs an extension. Trey Lyles is back, and Sasha Vezenkov is coming over. Yeah. Now, one thing that doesn't get talked about, I think, because of the optimism surrounding this, is what if Sasha doesn't come over? Does anyone feel any type of way? Have the Kings dropped the ball somewhere if Sasha doesn't come over? Do the Kings already know whether Sasha's coming over or not?
I think they shouldn't.
I'd hope they know. Yeah, I would really hope that they know right now.
I think they should. I think you just pivot at that point. You pivot to, like right now, I say it's got to be Grant Williams or Trey Lyles. If you find out that Sasha's not coming, then you just pivot back over to Trey Lyles. And the good thing about that is, if there is any kind of indecision or you're not sure if he's coming back, you sign Grant Williams now. I don't know if he's a day 1, day 2, whatever, but sign him.
Well, he's the he's restricted.
So you put in something for Grant Williams. But you have,
after having a conversation with Brad about Brad's intentions with Grant Williams.
But you have a conversation with Trey Lyles. You got Trey Lyles in your back pocket, so to speak, because of having his rights. So you can let it play out and say you get Grant. Sasha says he's coming. You relinquish Trey Lyles' rights. You get Grant. Sasha says he's not coming. Boom, you just signed Trey Lyles.
Okay.
So with this particular situation, it feels like you don't have to be in as much of a rush to make a deal or anything. And also you can see what else is out there.
Yeah.
If you see something better than Trey Lyles, you always have his rights, then you can go shopping a little bit. And if you don't see anything that's better, or you don't get the feeling that you can get anything better than Trey Lyles out there, whether that's Sasha or another free agent, yeah, you just bring them back. So they got options.
Are we running out of roster spots?
Yeah. Feels like it.
Jalen's probably a two-way player, right?
Jalen's a two-way.
I don't
Kobe
think,
might be.
I was going to say, I don't think we've made a firm decision on, or I don't think we've come to a consensus on what Kobe Jones would be. I thought he would be on the roster.
Well, I need to see something from Keon Ellis.
Okay.
I need to see something this summer from Keon Ellis because spots are getting getting a little crazy right now. And I told you yesterday, I looked at him some more. I like this Jake Stevens dude, man. The big dude out of Chattanooga.
On the classic squad.
Yeah, I can see him in a two-way role. I can't wait till the summer league start. I want to see him out there.
Forgive me. I'm really sorry for not remembering this. Is PJ on the squad?
They haven't made a decision yet, I don't think.
So there was a decision to be made.
I think I heard that or read that yesterday or something like that. That's still out there.
Okay, because we know Kessler's good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking like we've got Harrison, Kessler, De'Aaron, Kevin, Davion, Malik, Keegan, Domas. I'm at 8. Now you got Duarte. I'm at 9. And that's not including, Kobe Jones. That's not including, to me, it's catered. That's nothing else. Those are like solidified spots.
And that's not including. Did you say Sasha?
I didn't say Sasha.
Sasha.
I didn't say Sasha.
PJ Dozier's deal becomes guaranteed July 10th too. By the way,
July 10th.
So I got time to decide what they want to do with that.
That could hinge.
I didn't see enough from PJ Dozier, and I was interested in him. I didn't see enough. I know it was garbage time, but a lot of the times, but I didn't see enough. I'd move on. Wouldn't even really think twice.
Okay. Damn. Harsh Caraway. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live on Twitter and Facebook, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being here with us as we are 1 hour away from the start of NBA free agency. Of course, things got underway for the Sacramento Kings last night with the announcement from Adrian Wojnarowski that Harrison Barnes is back on a 3-year, $54 million deal. We also got word this morning that the Sacramento Kings are nearing a trade again with the Indiana Pacers for Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte is a player, 6'6" guard, entering his 3rd year. Played pretty well his rookie year, lost some minutes his 2nd year, and no details. That alert went out at we were walking. It must have been 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. We still don't know what the deal is.
Yeah, it was pretty early too.
It's like they just tweeted it and we're, hey, can we get Duarte? Yeah, cool. I'll tell Shams. Yeah, we'll work it out later. All right. Again, I mean, and I think the reason for that is it's probably not very significant of of a return for Indiana.
Yeah, just do it. Well, after Summer League, we'll get to you about what you ain't got to worry.
Matter of fact, buy me dinner at Summer League.
It's good.
I'm convinced that's what Danny Ainge did at the draft or at the trade deadline with Rob Pelinka. Just buy me dinner and you can have all these
whatever.
guys.
Vanderbilt.
Yeah. You're welcome, Rob. So that's how free agency got underway for the Sacramento Kings. Now the question is, how much Draymond Green signs for? Where does Kyle Kuzma wind up? And how does the restricted free agent market? When it comes to free agency, and we're not talking James Harden and trades and all of this different stuff, I think how the restricted market plays out is pretty fascinating. I'm curious what happens with Cam Johnson. I think we're of the belief Brooklyn's going to resign him, but how much is that going to cost them? Who's going to send him that offer sheet? What happens with Bruce Brown? There was a list of teams, including your New York Knicks, that are meeting with Bruce Brown in the coming hours or days. I'm not really sure. I guess he's going to take his time with this. PJ Washington's another one I'm interested to see. Grant Williams, how that plays out. I think there are some interesting storylines to watch how they play out. I just don't know how many interesting storylines involve the Sacramento Kings now.
So let me ask you a question. Would you put in the offer sheet for PJ Washington?
It would depend.
$15 million a year.
It would depend. What else am I doing? If I'm not doing anything else, yeah, I'd do it.
I think I would.
But honestly, I think what
because anybody that you're getting back right now isn't a starter.
Maybe this isn't realistic, but I'd call Mitch Kupchak. And I don't like Mitch Kupchak, but I'd still call him. Mitch Kupchak ain't never done anything to me. I just don't think he's very good at his job. I just don't think he's very good. But I'll call Mitch Kupchak like, yo, what are you doing with PJ? Because we're interested, but I can't play this 48-hour game with you. I can't play this 2-day game with you. Like, are you matching? We have some room in the vicinity of $15 million. That's what we're looking to do. Are you matching everything? Mm-hmm. Is there something we could do to, maybe sway your opinion? A deal we could work out. Like, I'd call and have a conversation, and that's how I'd approach it with Mitch Kupchak. That's how I'd approach it with Sean Marks. That's how I'd approach it with any restricted free agency, with any restricted free agent I'd want. Because maybe I'm just dumb and not hip to the process. I just don't think you put a bid on somebody, which is horrible way to phrase it. But I just don't think you put an offer sheet on somebody not knowing what the response is going to be. And when you do, i.e. the Indiana Pacers, I think you're doing an agent a solid in that situation. I think the Pacers did DeAndre Ayton's agent a favor last year by throwing out that the offer sheet, knowing that the Phoenix Suns were going to match.
Yeah. Well, and to a certain degree, if they go after Grant Williams, that's what they're doing, right? Like, he's restricted. And I'm not saying doing somebody a favor, but you're saying, hey, want this guy? Let's see what happens. Let's see if they resign. If essentially for me, and I understand the time of it all, and you got other things that you're trying to do. It's no harm, no foul. I'm not in on like a starter. Like, I'm looking at whoever it is, bench guy. I got 2 days because if I don't get him in 2 days, there are other bench guys that I can go get. If you have guys,
you think PJ's a bench guy?
Yeah, I think he would be if he came over here. He's a starter in this league, but I think if he came to Sacramento, he'd come off the bench, or maybe that's the scenario where I'd still think it's crazy and it's not happened, but everybody's like, well, yeah, maybe go get somebody else and Harrison can come off the bench. Like, no, I don't see Harrison come off the bench. If you got PJ Washington, maybe you could.
I guess in that situation, it'd have to be a pretty clear upgrade. I like PJ Washington a lot. I'm not sold on him. Oh, that's a huge upgrade over Harrison. I'm not sold on that. Younger, different skill set, but again, new, different, or better.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? Those were depth is never a bad thing.
No,
depth at multiple positions is never a bad thing.
Oh man, you want to bolster this roster, and I think that's what they're doing with the rookies they drafted, with the Duarte signing. or trade, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
If they sign a player or two, getting Sasha, and this roster, they got a bunch of like quality NBA players coming off that bench, like a bunch, guys that have started in different places in the league, guys that have started and been him in their league or whatever, coming off that bench, and they're just accumulating more and more talent. That goes along with Davion Mitchell and Malik Monk and what they were able to provide. So I think Monty's really looking to just, I don't want to say have a stacked roster, but have a roster full of NBA starters.
Do you think the Harden stuff gets resolved today?
No. I think it might take a day or two.
Do you see your boy there? Oh, we'll be patient.
Who?
Daryl Morey?
Yeah.
Like, Daryl, you're not doing that again. You're not doing that again. I think Adam Silver already called him like, hey, bro, don't do this. Don't do this. Just trade him to the Clippers.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. You're still a championship contender.
Well, I mean, it's the end for Daryl Morey in Philadelphia. Like, this thing's over. It's a wrap. What did they do? I saw earlier. What did they do? Decline Maxey?
Maxey, yeah. They're not signing him to an extension.
It's over, man. It's over for Philadelphia. Embiid will be asking out within the next 12 months.
You know what? We talked about that like a year ago, or we actually might have been this year. Yeah. I'm 100% with you. He out of there.
It's gone. I mean, there's
and I want him out of there.
There's no reason for him to stick around at this point. The championship window that probably was never open is
it might have been open.
Maybe for a year.
A little bit.
Maybe a year or two.
A little breeze came through.
Anyway,
how y'all feeling about the process now, though?
Process failed.
Bro.
Yeah, how y'all feeling about the process?
If they lose in the first round and he asks out, that's the end of the process. It got you nothing but
absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
But multiple trade requests. And Ben Simmons. Sorry, Ben.
I think their window closed when Jimmy Butler left. That was it.
I agree. That was their time.
What if I told you passing on a layup was the downfall of a Philadelphia team that won like 10 games?
That was the killer, man.
To get to this point.
When they let Jimmy go. Because that was perfect. That allowed Ben to be who he wanted to be. Jimmy was, the big dog in that situation.
Yeah.
Go along with Joel Embiid. I think they still have Tobias Harris. That team comes back next year. They might be the favorites to win the championship. Well, I mean, I think the Warriors were still. No, the Warriors were done at that point.
You said Tobias.
Was it Horford? I thought Tobias Harris was there.
Horford there?
Horford was there. One of these. I don't remember. It was after Jimmy.
It was after Jimmy.
Yeah, I thought Tobias was there as well.
Okay.
So they had a squad. Sorry.
Oh, well.
Sorry, Drapes.
Oh, well. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, we got to. I don't know what team Drapes is on right now, but we got to get Drapes back whenever his little part-time duties are done to talk about hoop, talk about Philly. We got to talk to our man Drapes. Drapes probably listening to us right now. What's up, Draper?
Big
We'll see you, baby. We'll see you, baby. We'll be talking soon. We'll come back. Kyle Madson will join us. Lots to talk with Kyle about. Of course, he's got the unique ability to he covers the Sacramento Kings, covers the Golden State Warriors as well. We'll get his thoughts on Harrison Barnes and what's coming up here. We're just about 50 minutes or so, a little less than that, away from the start of NBA free agency. We've got you covered here. You don't have to go anywhere. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's money.
Yeah, it was great stuff.
I know what you mean, though. It'll be dated, but still, it was good.
Man, we kicking it today. Let's see. Here we go. What's good, man? Kicking it with KC. Shout out to my people over there, Jordan Brand, the dope ones. You know the crew. Showing love for what we do over here. And we got some good news in the in the sneaker world yesterday, as Nike announced that they're going to be relaunching the Kobe Bryant brand following Kobe Day on August 24th. And that was great to see. It's one of the all-time shoe brands of all time. My personal favorites. I love the threes. The Kobe threes are fire. The Kobe fours are probably the most comfortable basketball shoes of all time. They really are. Those are fire. Then the Kobe fives might be second. Love those. Obviously, you got the sixes. At the time, I wasn't that crazy about them, but obviously the Grinch is going crazy with them, and I like those shoes a little bit. Then also you've got the Kobe nines, the high top joints. The high top joints after he tore his Achilles. Those, honestly, might be top 5 basketball shoe I've ever had of all time. So I hope all of those come out. And much like Jordan, they kind of stop after a certain time. Like you see the 10s there, the Kobe 10s, those were cool. The 11s were cool, but a certain style. But after that, it kind of falls off a little bit. But the Holy Grail is 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. 7 was cool too, but really 8 and 9. But either way, we'll get a chance to see what it's going to look like and what they're going to do with relaunching the brand. Kobe brand is back on August 24th. Get ready for that. That's Kicking It with KC. Absolutely, Dr. David. Big up Faith, man. Faith killing it right now. Ranked number 5th in the nation. She got a tournament coming up, right, Dr. David? Keep killing, Faith. Keep killing. What sneakers am I rocking today? Spider-Man ones.
Must be nice. All right. No, you can post it now.
Favorite hoop shoe of all time? Might be the Kobe 4s. Kyrie 2s are up there too. I love the Paul George 1s as well. Those are fire.
Last time I played pickup, I hooped in Air Force Ones. Thought my shins were a snap.
Oh, bro.
I don't hoop like that, so I just figured Air Force Ones would be fine.
No. Hey, did you hear the good news? I talked about it on Kicking It just now.
Knocking at the door. Did you hear the good news? What? No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm sure you heard this actually. The Kobe brand.
Oh, I did hear that. Yeah, that is terrific news.
That is awesome. I can't wait to see what they're doing.
Kobe Day, right? August 24th.
August 24th, man. Kobe's coming back with Nike. I'm sure Vanessa. One of the things that Vanessa was worried about before and why she kind of got away from Nike was she's like, she didn't like the whole nobody could get the shoes and all this other stuff. So I'm assuming, this is an assumption, but if it's coming back, it's with Vanessa's blessing, and hopefully more people will be able to get those shoes, because they're gonna sell quick, but I think they'll probably make more, so they'll be available hopefully.
The shoes are great, but the line was always legit. Like, I always enjoyed the gear.
Yeah, man, the shorts. I had a few pairs of shorts. Loved them. Couple shirts.
I went through a phase where I thought I was growing up and was going to be an adult as we welcome in our buddy Kyle Madson. It was probably November of 2019.
Okay.
Like, I got rid of some sweatsuits. About 6 Kobe brand sweatsuits. I repeat, that was November of 2019.
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. No, it's dumb, is what it is. It's dumb.
Well, you know what I did?
I thought I was growing up.
I don't know why we associate comfort with youth.
I don't either. That's why I'm leaning into it was dumb.
No.
Okay.
I made a straight
I made
up
a dumb
trade.
decision to get rid of that stuff.
I made a straight up trade one time. I'm regretting it a little bit now, but at the time, it's almost like signing Kyle Kuzma. I wanted the shoes. I don't regret it because I wanted shoes. But I had some Kobe 5 Black Knights, and the guy, the Jordan 6 Carmines, that just came out. He was like, "Yo, I'm about to get these." Like, people was on me for the Black Knights. It was like, "How much you selling those for?" I was like, "I'm not selling them." And then he asked for the trade. We just trade straight across. Got the Black Knights. They had been worn for like a year or so, but they weren't in bad condition. My shoes usually stay in good condition. I got the brand new Carmine 6s. So if I was like into selling shoes, and probably if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't make that deal. But yeah, I probably shouldn't have made that deal. Kobe 6 Black Knights were crazy.
One time I had a pair of Vans and they got dirty, so I bought a new pair. It's crazy.
There you go. We're welcoming Madson, the host of Candlestick Chronicles, who that's how we've introduced him for weeks now, and haven't talked football one time with him.
That's okay.
As free agency, of course. Kyle covers the Golden State Warriors as well, and has covered the Sacramento Kings. I'm not sure where, but he definitely does cover the Sacramento Kings.
Twitter mostly?
Mostly Twitter. As free agency is just about 40 minutes away here. Let's start with the Marcus Thompson joke. What's Draymond's number? When that
23.
tweet goes out, nope, that's not what I meant. When that tweet goes out at 3:01, 4 years, 120, 3 years, 120. Like what is it?
It's not 3 and 120. That's crazy. I think if it's 3 years, it's 96.
Okay.
Is my math right? 32 a year.
I need it to be 100.
Yeah, I think Draymond needs it to be 100.
I think if they're going to
make it 96, just give me the extra $4 million, quite frankly, and make it 100.
Is that Doc Rivers doing Draymond Green? That sounded like Doc Rivers doing a Draymond impression.
A little bit.
Yeah. It should have been more like this if I was doing Draymond. But you don't really know basketball, so that's why,
there it is.
Like, frankly, I should have $100 million. There it is.
I think if it's 4 years, I think he goes up over 100.
Oh, definitely.
So but like 4 but like, what's 4 times 28? 112? Like maybe he comes in sub 30 a year, but he gets 4 years. But I think 3 and 96 is the numbers I'm landing on. Just in my brain. That's what I've been saying out loud. So
yesterday he was bouncing around like he got good news that check is going to clear. He was in a great mood yesterday.
Bouncing around like he got 3 years, 150 million yesterday.
He gonna get paid. I think he's getting $100 million, man, from the Warriors. I think, and all I can do
over 3 years.
Yeah, I think it'll be 3 years. I think it'll be 3 years. And all I can do is salute, man. I mean, dude got another $100 million contract, man. Big up.
I think we're gonna look back on this. The more I think about this, I think we're gonna look back on the last. So from the last time, so June 22. So about this time last year, through the next 4 seasons, and there's going to be a collective like. Wait, what were the Warriors doing paying Draymond and Clay into their late 30s? That feels like that's what's coming to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're going to pay Clay as well. So they're going to have these dudes and they'll, be in the playoffs and they'll kind of be in the mix. But I think at some point, because right now it's like, oh, you're not a championship team without Draymond. Like, that's tough. Like, I get it. I understand it. But Draymond and Clay can't be the second or third best players on the team anymore. But they're going to be paid like they're the first or second best players on the team. And I just don't know if that's sustainable. Like, I don't know if you can build a roster that way. A championship roster, anyway.
What do you think about Harrison being back?
That's fine.
Fine.
What do you get? 18 a year?
Yeah.
354? Yeah, that's fine. Like, that's where I'm comfortable with Harrison Barnes. I heard you guys talking about PJ Washington earlier. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of player that I think you can bring him in and maybe you start him over Harrison, and Harrison comes off the bench, and I like him in that role a little bit more. But I mean, that's kind of nitpicking.
Did Harrison come off the bench for you? For you, because you played for the Warriors?
Yes, thank you.
did Harrison never came off the bench for the Warriors?
He was a key piece of the death lineup.
So now we're moving him to the bench.
Yeah, he's not a bench player yet.
And that's not in response to what you just said. There are a lot of people who think, he'd be really good if he came off the bench.
Yeah.
Like sign him for $10 million to come off the bench. Like, guys, I don't think that's
he's not a bench player.
Here's my thing on Harrison. Fine, he's not a bench player. I'll agree with you. Whatever. My issue with him is the like track record of not showing up in the postseason when his teams need him to show up in the postseason. And that's my greatest concern with Harrison Barnes. Is he going to give you some 30-point games in the regular season? 100%. Is he going to be really steady and a versatile defender and do all the things that you want him to do? And yes, like I'm there. And I'm sure I know he's not loud and like boisterous, but I'm sure there's a leadership quality there that matters to the Kings as well. And that's fine. And I'll buy that. But when somebody's banged up and you got another guy who's not shooting it well, and you've got another young player who's still kind of getting his sea legs in the playoffs, and you have this veteran who can get to the line kind of whenever he wants. He's supposed to be able to knock down a three here and there. When you need that guy to take over a little bit and he just doesn't, that to me is my lone concern with Harrison Barnes. Like in that spot in the postseason, if he's not showing up again, what's your answer?
Well,
I mean, hit him with them Steph Curry 2016 numbers you talked about earlier.
I mean, they always want to blame Harrison for 2016.
No. This isn't even a Harrison in 20, because he was fine in the playoffs for the most part, and then in the two biggest games he didn't shoot it well, but nobody played well. Like that's not a Harrison Barnes issue. There were just so many games this year in 7 games against the Warriors where I was like, man, they need more from Harrison tonight. They need a big game from Harrison tonight. They need 25 from Harrison. And it just was never there. And he's what is he now? 31, 32?
31.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I think he's just kind of that's what he is, and that's fine. He's a really good player. He's going to help your team be good. But that's my hang up in the whole Harrison Barnes thing. Whether he starts or comes off the bench, I think is really not important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want him to play better in the playoffs. I don't want to say I have no problem with it, because I want him to at the very least come a little closer to his averages in the postseason. But I just look at the postseason situation, and if they're struggling again, I would hope that Fox, Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, those guys, Malik Monk, those guys are doing their job. I believe if they're doing their job, the Kings will be fine in the postseason. If Harrison has the same type of postseason, but Kevin Huerter wasn't. That's another guy who's had postseason trouble. But if he's hitting his shots, they're going to the next round. Sabonis is playing marginally better. They're going to the next round. So, I think I want him to play better. I want him to shake that stigma that he has, but I'm not expecting it to happen, if that makes any sense. It's just I'm signing, if I'm Monty McNair, I'm signing Harrison Barnes, understanding that this is kind of who he is, regular season, postseason, and I'm looking to make sure my other guys are ready to take that step.
And that's just it. 18 a year is not going to cripple you. Like that's not in today's NBA. That's about what you'd expect to pay for a player like Harrison Barnes. So I was fine with it.
Do you think the
Harrison
Warriors?
Barnes, all
right. Do you think I think we've all kind of operated under the assumption like Draymond Green's going to be there. I don't think we really had Chris Paul as a Golden State Warrior on our bingo card this offseason, but here we are. Are the Warriors? Do you feel like the Warriors can do anything to like really? I keep using the term, and I'm sorry. Where you? Whoa, look at what they did. Like, is there a whoa move for the Golden State Warriors this offseason? I mean, Chris Paul was a whoa move, but not quite the same whoa. It was more like a what?
It's like, huh?
It's
an expletive from me, man.
Well, for many of you, there were a few things as enjoyable as looking up Chris Paul tweets from Kyle Madson and Bonte Hill the day that it was completed. I'm not a CBA guy. I've not taken a deep dive into the new CBA, so I don't even 76 short pages.
That's it.
That's it.
I was gonna say, let me stay through the break, and I'll get you on the other side. No, if they're the only asset they have left, right, is like Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. And I don't know how much those two guys are worth in the trade market, especially now that I was talking with Chris Biederman about this and last night. I was like, I think there's another move. And he's like, yeah, I would have thought that maybe before the draft. And I thought that was a great point. So I just don't know if Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are that substantial to go make a move where we go, oh, whoa, they did that. Because they're not moving on from Steph, Clay, or Draymond, assuming Draymond comes back. I don't think they're going to move Chris Paul again. So I think they're just kind of where they're at, and they'll get some guys on minimum deals, and they'll try and replicate what they did in 2022 with their three guys and some smart veterans.
And Wiggins isn't a guy they would move from either. I wouldn't advise him to, but he's not a guy.
Is he the last year of his deal? We just looked this up.
I can't even remember.
I think he's got 2 left.
2 years.
2 left. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know let me ask this from your perspective, because I don't know if the Raptors call and say Wiggins for OG straight across, do you do it?
I don't. I think Wiggins is a better player.
Yeah, I don't think I'd do it either.
Okay.
I think Wiggins.
You think the Warriors wouldn't do it?
Yeah, I think Wiggins is a better scorer.
Okay. That's the only guy. That's the one guy who jumps out, like Siakam. But again, I don't think they can make that money work. And Kuminga and Moody, I don't think are enticing enough to go pull the trigger on that if you're the Raptors. So yeah, I think it's going to be just some vet minimum guys, and they're gonna roll with that.
Looking around the league, James Harden and his little situation yesterday. Is there
his little situation?
Did I miss something?
Well, he opted in.
Oh, right. Got it. Okay.
No, nothing Mariah Mills like or anything like that.
Okay.
Basketball situation.
She got James tattooed on her other cheek.
Do you like? We talked to Damian about it. He's like, yo, he's team killer and all this other stuff. I said I wouldn't rely on James, but I looked at the Clippers situation and I'm like, hey, maybe they're looking at it as somebody that can carry the water in the regular season, which is what James Harden can do. And then he can fade to black in the postseason, but he would have taken the burden off of Paul George and Kawhi to carry them through the year, and then they can take over in the postseason. Does that all make sense, or is it still something where it's like, I still wouldn't touch James Harden?
I get what you're like. I don't think that's like a wrong line of thinking. I'm just in the camp that I just don't think James Harden's style of play contributes to winning. I just don't. I'm out on that. Like, he couldn't make it work with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant and Joel Embiid, and I don't like. I get it, and that might be the best kind of landing spot. That might give him the best chance, but I'm just out on James Harden.
Facts.
Maybe I'm crazy.
No, you're not.
Okay.
You're perfectly sane. Anyone who is not out on James Harden is the crazy one.
You're sane, you're smart, you're
the
intelligent,
Clippers
you're aware.
The Clippers are absolutely nuts. And that's terrible because that's a team that I enjoy. And they can go to hell.
Once again,
straight to hell.
What's
I
the
ain't
move
watching
for
that.
them? What's the move?
Not this. Not this.
That they believe what they have isn't enough.
That's fine.
And
This is not the move.
But they don't have any other moves.
Well, then, to hell with it. Marcus Thompson was right. There's a lot of teams bad at this. And anyone who acquires James Harden is bad. Hey, we could talk about disappearing in the playoffs. You can do that all you want to.
Yeah.
And fine, because all of it's accurate. Dude quits.
Yes.
We didn't even talk about this stuff today.
Yes.
He's mad at Jalen Green's podcast remarks on Podcast P's playoff
It's a really good
podcast
by the way.
because he didn't kiss his ass in
He
the
didn't even
interview.
say nothing bad.
He didn't say a thing bad about him.
He didn't
And
say
now
anything
he's
bad.
pissed off at the Philadelphia 76ers because they didn't handle this free agency thing the right way. Again, they didn't kiss his ass. You think Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are going to kiss his ass? No. No, this is terrible. This is absolute. And Ty Lue going to tell him what to do with himself. Then he'll be fired the next day because he ain't re-signed in there and he wants out of there anyways. He probably going to tell Ty Lue off. He probably going to tell Ty Lue going to tell James Harden off in training camp just to get fired and go home.
James Harden, when
Stupid,
all counts,
man.
he ain't that dude, man. He's just not that dude. When the chips are on the line, not that dude.
Doesn't have that dog in him.
No, he ain't got that dog in him. He's scared to death. That's really what it comes down. He's scared. That's the most bizarre thing to me about James Harden. It's not only that he's not bad. Like, it'd be one thing if he was like just putting up bricks, felt like he still had it, had confidence, had a bounce in his step. Game 7, it was just couldn't make shots. I'd be like, dang, it's crazy. This guy was scared to death. We saw multiple times. Guy just falls on the ground. Just turns the ball over, falls on the ground. What is wrong with you?
That clip of him falling down in the playoffs this year is hilarious.
And what's the evolution of his game? Like, that's the question I have. Is Carmelo figured out how to still be an effective NBA player? He had that year out of the league, and then he came back and accepted a lesser role where he could still be kind of an effective player. I think Russell Westbrook, we've seen him kind of do the same thing. What does James Harden do? Because I don't think we're going to see him be in a spot where he's like, you know what? I don't want the ball all the time. I'm going to hang out in the corner. I'm going to knock down corner threes, and then I'm going to make some smart cuts, and I'm going to rebound, and I'm going to distribute. I don't think that's the style of game he wants to play. So he'll go somewhere like Houston keeps coming up. He'll go to Houston where he can dribble the air out of the ball and do James Harden stuff and be bad at it, and it doesn't matter. I don't see him evolving into a player that's going to help a team that's trying to win a title.
I agree.
Ugh. He stinks, bro. He's the worst great player.
That's it. His talent, his career, it's undeniable.
He's a Hall of Famer.
But he sucks. He's the worst.
Yeah.
He's the worst. He quit on the Rockets. He quit on the Nets. He quit on the Sixers. He fails in the playoffs. He's a petulant child. The player. I don't know the man. I'm just talking about James Harden, the player.
James Harden is... Damian Lillard does what James Harden thinks James Harden does. Like, is the Dame stuff a little bit annoying this offseason for me? Yeah. Like, his agent listening to Miami and being like, oh, that was just a coincidence. Like, it's not a coincidence that you're listening to Willennium in 2023, bro. Or was that Big Willie style? I forget.
Then on your IG
that was
Live.
Big Willie style. Millennium was the Wild Wild West.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I was just talking about that movie. Underrated movie.
Wild Wild West.
Underrated film.
About Will 2K.
No, not underrated.
Oh, well.
What?
No.
You guys properly rated?
Properly rated.
No, but it's like Dame, at least, you know, he's trying for, like, I've never been like, man, you know what? That team has failed James Harden. They've just not done enough around him.
No.
Whereas Dame, you can look at everything the Blazers have done and be like, ooh, Blazers came up short here, here, and here. But man, Dame dragged that team further than they probably should have gone. And so if Dame wants to punt on Portland, like, fine, I get it. But with Harden, it's just nah, man, it's you. It's a you problem. If you keep running into the same problem over and over and over and over again, like, eventually it's you. And that's him.
Well, I agree with both of you guys.
You think anything exciting happens today? Like, really exciting?
I mean, no, like Fred VanVleet is going to sign.
What are you
Kyle
laughing
Kuzma's
at?
going to sign.
In Washington. What are you laughing at?
That's such a funny thing to ask outside the context of NBA free agency. Just sitting around with your buddies and like, hey, you guys think anything exciting is going to happen today? No? All right.
Maybe I'm in like a
hang out.
sports world, but like, what is it? What is an exciting day for somebody that doesn't follow sports?
Bro, I have wondered this for. I get what there's that sports unlocks a part of my like soul and my being that nothing else. Do I care? Do I think sports affect like the universe? No. Of course not. That's no. But it unlocks this like part of me that nothing else does. And if you don't have that there, what does it? It's not like I love Broadway. Broadway's great, but it's not like yeah. It's not that.
Hamilton.
It's not. Yeah, dude. Hamilton's so good. It's not like TV shows. There's no, and I get TV shows are exciting and all that, but they're just sports hits this like different muscle, and I don't know how people exist where that muscle doesn't get a every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. I know.
It's crazy to me.
I don't get it.
I just don't know what to make of that. The muscle doesn't get a. That was a good, like you. That was a good.
Yeah, bro, I've been lifting.
Yeah, you.
Meanwhile,
there's so much power in my delts right now.
I
my
love
beautiful
it.
fiance looks at me crazy every day when I just like obsess over sports. It's like how we look at them like, I don't know how you guys do this. She looks at me like, I don't know why you're so worked up about this stuff.
Same thing with my wife, man. God love her. She puts up with me, and I appreciate her every single day for it. But man, Warriors playoff game, she's like, why did you do that? Like another adult made a 3-pointer. Why are you so excited?
Well,
because they're up 12, babe.
Well, at least she didn't ask why you got teary after Steph hit his record-breaking 3-pointer.
Hey, she wasn't here for that. Thank God. Thank God.
Or why Steph breaking the record was on your phone instead of her.
No, it was on my TV.
No, I meant it was screen saved on your phone.
Oh.
It was the screensaver on Kyle's phone. I was like, what is that?
No. The one I have is the one, I think it's in Chicago, and he shoots it and the ball's like in midair and he's pointing at somebody in the crowd. That's what, and then E40 is in the background.
Yeah.
The one stuff when
still my screensaver.
If I was a Warriors fan, that would be my screen. Is he I don't know what game it was. It was just some random game, but Kyle will probably know this. He hits a 3, crowd goes crazy, and he backpedals and he's like this, and everybody in the picture is of the back of Steph Curry, and he's got like 2 threes out here, and the front row is just losing their mind or whatever.
They're wearing the town jerseys for that one. I think
that's what it was, man. He's backpedaling and he's got these 3s going up this way, and everybody's just. I was like, that's a pretty cold picture right there. That's a cold picture.
All right, man. Well, we're about 18 minutes away. We've got a little bit of information trickling in. I don't know what to do with it, but we're starting to get a little bit of information trickling in as free agency begins here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Once those tweets start firing off, we'll share them with you. We'll share you what we have learned, because I don't think this is going to be a 3 o'clock tweet. So we'll keep you updated. It is Kings related. It's D'Lo and KC. Thanks to our man Kyle Madson. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Okay. Oh man.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
Are you guys extending your show at all for free agency, or are you just going?
We are not doing that. The days of extending this show are over. We're not doing that. We'll be on till 4, and that'll be good enough. And then we're going. And then the killer, the true killer, was last year. It was a Thursday. This year we're going into a 4-day holiday.
Is it really?
Yeah, because it's the 4th of July on Tuesday. So they took Monday. So,
man,
I don't imagine anything crazy is left to happen with Sacramento, but if it happens at 4:05, we're kind of cooked. Are we running it back today? Oh, that's gonna sound weird. Yeah, well.
Do you want to talk about football for a little bit?
Yeah.
And just stick around and we can be like, oh.
2 hours of football talk. How about those OTAs, Kyle?
They were thrilling.
How about that throwing motion there from
it's so tight. It's so tightened up. Tying feet to eyes. It's crazy. What's going on? That stuff with the worldwide leader is crazy.
Oh, that's awful.
Unbelievable.
They're so. Yeah.
I will say Jeff Van Gundy. This is separate from him being laid off. I think he's terrific, but man, there is nothing more frustrating than Jeff Van Gundy on the television when your favorite team is losing. Oh my God. Just brutal.
I actually
he's very good.
Him. Yeah.
I do too. I think he's good. But like I said, just every once in a while, like your team's losing and they get whistled for a foul that you don't think is a foul, and he's like, obvious foul. It's like, shut up, Jeff.
Hey, hang on 1 second, Kyle. Sorry. What? Oh, thank you. Thanks, Nikki. Thanks, Nikki D. That's Nikki D right there. Y'all don't know about Nikki D. Sorry about that.
It's so funny.
She has no idea that the jacket matches the shorts that I'm wearing, that this is a whole ensemble.
Your thank you voice is like 8 octaves higher than your regular voice.
It's a little.
Oh, thank you. Like, who is this?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Don't, man.
I wanted to ask Kyle something about the Niners, man. We just didn't have no time.
What do you want to ask?
I'm confused by this. Maybe I've just been out of the loop. I don't know why people are freaking out over Trey Lance. Like, do people really think Sam Darnold's going to play over Trey Lance?
I don't think there's any way for anybody to know that at this point. I think that's just projecting, going, oh, Sam Darnold is going to look his best under Kyle Shanahan, so he's obviously going to be the guy. Like, they've not done enough to determine one way or the other, whether it's Darnold or Lance. So that's kind of.
Yeah, I think it's Lance, and like he'd have to get hurt to not play.
Everybody got Twitter notifications on. Sorry,
I just saw somebody say 400 for Draymond, but I don't think that was I think that was a like speculative. I don't think that was a report.
I hope it's a report.
If it's 400, I would lose my mind. I'd be so. Oh my God, there's no way. Oh my God, I would. Oh my, that would undo the Chris Paul.
What is this thing that Draymond is doing? Is he naming somebody's starting lineup or something like every team starting lineup?
Is he naming all the players drafted ahead of him?
We got to do a show.
Okay.
We're always just sitting around talking with Kyle like, oh, we've got to.
I don't know. I don't know if it's so much of a like just the Twitter thing. Should I say what the rumor is? Kyle just alluded to it a little bit.
Okay.
Mark Stein is reporting that Draymond is expected to sign a 4-year, $100 million contract with the Golden State.
4 years?
I hope it's the truth.
4 for 100? Wow, 25 per. I didn't think that would be it. What he opt out of 27?
27. The 4 years is crazy.
He was getting the 100.
Oh, you know
he was getting the 100.
So it's expected. It's Steinline. Nothing's official yet, but Mark Stein is the one that's saying it's expected to be a 4-year, $100 million contract. Quite frankly.
All right. I need it. I need. Who's the first tweet? That's the first tweet, right? Like Draymond is the first tweet?
Yeah.
I think it's Fred.
Oh, good call. You might be right.
Fred? I think Draymond goes first. I think Draymond goes first.
I'm gonna go Fred.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Chris Middleton get in there?
Nah, Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton is third in Sham's draft folder right there.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
I'm gonna go. I think I'm going with Kenny. I think it is Draymond. I think it is Draymond. I think Draymond's the 3:00 tweet. It probably should be Trey Lyles. To be honest with you, Trey Lyles isn't going to be a 3:00 tweet. He might be a today tweet, but I don't think he's going to be a 3:00 tweet. I think Trey Lyles is back with Sacramento, but I'm not 100%. I think Trey Lyles is back. I think Trey Lyles is going to be back with Sacramento.
In that, like, I think people like Trey Lyles, so I don't think it'll be as much venom as it was with Harrison Barnes. But that's really kind of running it back.
Yeah, that's running it back.
You're just adding Sasha.
But Trey,
Duarte.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess it is. Run it back 4-6 here on. Except maybe today. I don't know. We don't even know what we're doing because we just realized at 4:00 everything we've done is going to be old. So it might not make the most sense.
Let me tell you about what I think the Warriors are going to do with Draymond.
Right. I just was talking to Kyle. I was like, hey, are we running it back today? Because that content's going to be really ancient at 4:00. With free agency getting underway in 10 minutes.
Oh, there's big news going on here.
Okay.
Oh, Jesse's out the off. I was about to say Derek White finally let it go.
Oh, he cut his hair?
Yeah, man. He came home.
Oh, he did.
Home.
Look at him.
Derek White came home.
He did. Look at him. Oh, God bless that brother for cutting his hair.
I don't think he should have cut it.
Oh, he needed to cut it.
Cut it a different way than or something. I don't like the bald.
He didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
He didn't have a choice. Oh, boy. I can't wait to see how this gets down, man. There's a lot of I don't think you're going to have the huge names moving around and making deals and stuff like that. But there is going to be some action going on. There's definitely going to be some action.
Who's the biggest name that gets moved today?
Probably Draymond, because I don't think Harden's going to happen for a day or two. I think Harden happens. He's going to the Clippers, but I think that's maybe a day or two from there. There's reports about Bruce Brown to the Pacers.
You think they might be something next year?
Playoff team. I guess they'll be in the playoff team for sure. Yeah. Dame's getting information.
Yeah, insider D-Lo. Hey, no. It's like when James Ham's on his phone when he's on with us.
No, stop it.
It's okay. Me and Kenny will hold it down for a minute.
It's just, yeah.
Let's talk about The Office, Jesse.
You see, Canelo and Charlo just got finalized.
Oh,
stop it! 30th. We are not doing that 8 minutes before free agency. What are you two doing?
30th.
Y'all have lost your goddamn mind. I can't look at my phone for 2 minutes. Stop. We're 8 minutes away from free agency. You're talking about stuff nobody cares about.
Everybody cares about. He lost.
Nobody cares about. I'm trying to get us information here, and here. So I'm gonna tell you,
Pacers is the word right now, though.
I thought he was. So he met with the Knicks already. He met with those 4 teams. He said he was gonna meet with.
Yeah, these things happen really quick.
It's 2:52.
Real quick at 3:00.
They need to stop saying these brothers is going to meet with teams when and Pacers are the leaders to land so-and-so. The cold piece about this is my notifications are always late. Jesse gets them first.
I don't know what happened with this new phone. My notifications don't even happen. I just got to reset them, I guess. I have them on the computer. Like I don't get a notification, but they're in my notifications. But on the phone, I guess I haven't put the banner on. I got to put the banner on.
I'm willing to risk it, for a major free agency signing. Say, okay, you know what, man, guys, if we get this wrong, we get this wrong. But I'm not risking it on this one. This one's a little weird, so I'm just gonna let this one linger out there, and we'll
get a text?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens as the day rolls along. There's some other rumors out there regarding the Kings. Like, Kings might just be running it back and adding a big and a guard, Chris Duarte, and maybe they're adding. I think there's some other rumors out there regarding a potential big joining this team, but I don't know. Let's just sit in silence for the next 6 minutes.
Do you think, like, if it's minor moves with the Kings, do you think this core can eventually, like, develop into title contenders? I'm not talking about this year, maybe year 2, year 3.
Yes, I do. Probably, mostly, kind of.
I think they can.
It boils down to, like, how good do you believe De'Aaron and Domas are together, right? And then how good do you think Keegan Murray will be? So I think those are two questions you have to answer separately. I think De'Aaron and Domas are very, very good. I think they can be even better than they were last year. Keegan, I have high hopes for Keegan Murray.
Did you hear him yesterday talking about how him and Fox have, like, been playing one-on-one the entire time, and Fox is really taking him under his wing, and
did he say he hasn't beat him yet?
I didn't hear either way. I don't know. He said he hadn't beat him.
Yeah, he said he hasn't beat him yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he said, I haven't beat him yet.
It's a tough matchup for Keegan.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He going against him. You ain't heard? 5 minutes.
That's a tough matchup. He might just try to back down Fox. Use his height. So that's your hope.
Yeah.
Get on the perimeter, man. I don't know.
I don't think a Kings related announcement is coming in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
If it is something that's off everyone's radar, which is Monty McNair's bag. So
that is.
So maybe there'll be an announcement in 5 minutes. But I'd watch. I feel like we're looking at smaller signings
around the league.
In around Sacramento.
Oh yeah,
I think all of the I don't think there's any big. There's a handful of big signings.
What do you think is a small signing though? Duarte, stuff like that.
Well, I don't want to like. I like Trey. I don't think that's a big signing. I think
Grant Williams big signing?
Yeah, kind of. He's in the middle of small. I'm not. Come on, man.
Say it.
No.
Come on, say it.
No. He's
Bruce is listening right now.
No. He's in between is what I'm trying to say. He's also restricted. Like, I don't know how the like the like
offer sheet in.
Yeah.
Not you.
Like, is there ever a flood of offer sheets at 3:00? I don't think there is.
Yeah.
3 minutes. God bless it. Just let these tweets start firing off.
Jay says, I love Christian Wood on the Kings. A lot of people like Christian Wood.
Well, what's that dollar figure like?
I mean, that's got to be less than $10 million a year. I'm thinking like $6, $7, $8 million a year.
Who had the crazy contract? It wasn't Christian Wood. Someone had like a crazy, who was a solid ball player. It was a guy. Was it Kevin Porter?
Yeah. You told him the non-guarantees and all that stuff?
Yeah, he had like 10 different non-guarantees in it. Like, oh, it's a $6 million contract, but when you really break it down, he makes $150.
I think Christian Wood's got too much baggage to be here right now.
See, that's another thing. I saw someone. Oh, who was the player? It wasn't OG. It was someone else. But I saw someone tweet about this person could be a culture changer in Sacramento. Brody, this isn't 2015. It doesn't need to be changed anymore.
That's the way I feel about like locker room leadership and all this. The locker room's good now. It's good. The leaders are here. Fox and Sabonis, they're big boys. They're the big dogs. It's their locker room. They're leading this whole thing. Now you can get other pieces that can help that, but they don't need a babysitter no more. This ain't the baby Kings no more. They're grown men. They're ready to lead. They're grown leaders. All right. So even with Harrison coming back, Harrison is good for the locker room.
Yep.
It's not his locker room anymore. He's not the, the OG that's making sure all these guys stay in line. Like they're fine. They're fine. He can help add to that, but he's not setting the tone. And nobody else that comes in is setting the tone. Locker room is strong.
All right, 60 seconds.
What insider breaks the first news?
Shams. Yeah. Shams gets the first one.
I'm gonna go Chris Haynes.
Ooh.
I think I'm switching. Draymond's gonna get broken first too.
Well, I mean, if Chris Haynes is breaking someone, it's probably Draymond.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Shout out to everybody who's tuning in and listening right now. I don't know where y'all coming from, but man, we sure do appreciate you. We are here every day, by the way, Monday through Friday, 12 to 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook. You can find ESPN 1320 on TuneIn. If you're in the Sacramento area, 1320 AM, 98.5. We try to tell like our people, like, yo, this is a show that gets watched all over the place. Yo, sell us worldwide.
Yeah, man.
Let's go, baby. We're on a 10-second countdown, and now everybody's just sitting around with their phone in their hands. And I'm not trying to be funny whatsoever. I've got nothing.
Oh, okay.
I don't. I have nothing. I think it's 3:00 on the dot. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube. I think Trey Lyles and the Kings are close.
Okay.
Like really, really close. But I'm not sure. I don't think that's something that's going to be announced in 10 seconds or anytime soon, as Woj and Shams are going through their draft folders right now, and Chris Haynes. And why has nothing been sent yet? The hell is going on right now? We broke the Malik Monk news at 3:00 yesterday. How have y'all not said anything yet? We're about to hit 3:01 without news being broken. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, there's a little news here. The NBA Communications sent out the NBA salary cap for 2023-2024 set at $136.021 million.
This has to be a first. It's 3:01 and we ain't got a tweet yet.
Yeah, everyone's tweeting like, "Oh, free agency! It's get ready, guys, get ready."
Oh, Draymond Green, 4 years, $100 million.
Oh, it happened.
4 years, $100 million.
Let's go.
Rich Paul.
It happened.
Rich Paul is a god.
They gave him 4 years.
Player option in the 4th year.
And what you think he gonna do?
Hey, text our boy. Text our boy right now, because he had some things to say to us yesterday. Go ahead and text our boy and see how he's feeling. The first one from Shams Charania, Draymond Green, 4 years, $100 million to return to the Golden State Warriors. Man, what a stunner. They were really sweating that Sacramento Kings offer, weren't they? Boy, that was that. Who saw that coming?
Oh, they
Who
gave him
saw
4
that
years
coming?
Player option.
They gave him the option to say, "No, I don't want this $25 million. I'm good."
Oh, man. Hey, how old is Draymond? What's he going to be? 37, 38 in that 4th year?
37. I think he's 33 right now.
I told you the way he was bouncing around that golf course. He felt great.
Oh, he knew. He knew. They gave that man
Hey, our guy Jay. Shout out to our guy Jason Dillard. He's that's Stephen Brown 57122. Jason Dillard said Warrior fans are very pleased. So are Kings fans.
Good. Hey, Jason,
we're holding up the rags right now. We unite.
Jason, we're with you, buddy. Right on, Jay Dillard. This is the slowest free agency in history. Are you kidding me? We get a tweet from Mark Spears and a tweet from Shams about Draymond. This is what we got. This is officially the Draymond Green free agency.
I guess maybe we do run it back after the show.
Overrated.
Oh no.
Joe Namath, Babe Ruth, Draymond Green.
There's 829 people watching this show right now. We've got nothing. This entire show hinders on breaking news, and we've got nothing. Are they on strike? Are they a part of the writer's strike? What is going on right now?
Hey,
and something just dawned on me. Sage Steele wasn't fired today?
No, she's good for life.
How was Sage Steele not fired today? You fired Susie Colbert?
She made it through the last cuts. She's good for life. They ain't never letting Sage go.
The woman is literally suing you. You can't fire her.
No, that's why you can't fire her.
I can't believe this. This is the worst. This is the worst. We're 3 minutes into free agency, and all we got is some damn Draymond Green news that everybody knew from the second the season ended.
What if Kyle Kuzma comes to Sacramento?
It's looking like the Pacers signed Bruce Brown if you're into that kind of stuff.
Brown.
Okay, here we go. Trey Lyles is back with the Sacramento Kings.
There we go, man. There we go. Trey, welcome back, big dog. Welcome back, big dog. I'm with that.
So here's what Chris Haynes wrote. Free agent forward Trey Lyles with CEO Rich Paul. By the way, there is a very specific way these tweets are being worded.
Sure.
Has reached an agreement to return to the Sacramento Kings. We knew that. You know what? Let me go back and read you something. This is the text exchange I was having earlier with James. Let me. I don't want to misrepresent it. Hold on.
Trey Lyles is back. I'm with that, man. I'm with that.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna choose my words carefully. We had gotten a number, and James thought the number was wrong. James checked in with Sacramento, and Sacramento basically asked him. They were like, "No, that's not it." So, the rest is for James' story to tell. But James had this. Like, we had this a while ago, but James was trying to get the number confirmed, and yeah, we need to talk to some of our people at Sacramento because. But there's James's tweet. Kings and Trey Lyles have agreed to a new 2-year deal. We are waiting on the numbers. The number we heard was, whoa, that really? And I think that's what kind of hit pause. That's the text exchange I was having earlier when I was looking down at my phone. Gotcha. So good job, Chris Haynes.
Yep.
Good job, James Ham, for being on that story right there.
Karis
Trey Lyles
LeVert,
back with Sacramento.
Karis LeVert staying in Cleveland. 2 years,
I like that.
$32 million.
Drew Eubanks has agreed to a 2-year deal with Phoenix. I'll give you one that I know. Herb Jones is not going anywhere. I believe that number is, where is it? So I can at least have something before Shams does. Where is it? 4 years, $54 million.
There we go.
That's going to be Herb Jones' extension. Okay. So literally no one cares. Sorry. we had the Kobe White thing too. But I knew no one cares. Torian Prince, Lakers.
Oh, that's a good move for the Lakers.
Okay, Lake Show.
I got you.
Settle down.
I got you.
I got you. Why
I got you.
You went and played that with 845 people watching right now, misrepresenting me.
I got you. You didn't have to do the OK Lake Show again for Torian Prince. You like Torian Prince, don't you? I got you.
I wanted him in with the Kings.
Yeah, well, did that too. I can give you, like, again, we have a couple of other notes that I just don't think anyone cares about. I think Dario Saric is headed to Golden State.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what we got.
Well.
Josh Okogie to the Phoenix Suns.
Well.
I missed one. What do we got? Give it to me.
Kyle Kuzma has agreed to a 4-year, $102 million deal to return to the Washington Wizards.
Okay. Now, let me ask y'all something. How do you feel now?
How do you feel
now?
Like 27?
How do you
26?
25 and a half.
25 and like a quarter.
I mean, I feel fine. I wouldn't have been mad paying $25 million for
25.
Ain't that what I said earlier today? I said I would pay $25 million.
Hold up. 25 plus the 4th year.
I don't have a problem with the 4th year. I don't have a problem with it. So you think that's an overpay?
Yeah.
I don't think that's an overpay.
Yeah, I think it's an overpay. It's an overpay. Okay, here. Okay. All right. Does Kyle Kuzma see the end of that deal? Does Kyle Kuzma see the end of that deal in Washington?
It's hard to say because of Washington.
He doesn't.
If he did a 4-year deal here,
they overpaid him.
If he did a 4-year deal here in Sacramento, I think he'd see the end of the deal. Washington is the terrible basketball team. No, they'll use him.
But the thing is, the conversation is simple. I'm getting a 4-year deal from Washington. Are you willing to match that money? No. Cool. I'm going back to the Capitol.
I understand.
If y'all
would-
saying,
I
look, I'm
wouldn't
looking
have
at the
been scared
chat.
off.
Y'all saying you would have gone 4 years with Kyle Kuzma, you're goddamn liars.
Why would you?
No, because y'all just wanted something new and shiny.
Why
You
well,
would have
not
been
me.
furious. Y'all would have been furious
Why would
in
we?
2 years with Kyle Kuzma because he would have been wearing his little Missy Elliott jumpsuit.
Oh, you
y'all
talking
would have
about
been.
him? I ain't talking about
I'm talking.
me.
I just said the chatty
Yeah.
house. Oh, y'all are liars. Liar. I'm calling liar, 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 liar. Y'all are liars. You lying like Kenny talking about watching The Office.
I'm watching
Y'all
the
are
Lions. What
liars.
you talking about watching?
You'd be furious with that man in 3 years.
25
2
million a
years.
year for Kyle Kuzma. Sounds about right.
By the way, where'd you hear that first?
Thought we just threw the numbers out
That
there?
man went back to Washington.
You thought we just threw the numbers out there and threw the team out there?
That man went back to Washington. Wait a second. Do we have conflicting reports?
Uh-oh.
Cody White 3-year, $40 million. Cody White 3-year, $33 million.
Who? Kobe White?
Yeah, no.
Where's he going?
They both say Cody White.
Who's Cody White?
That's what I'm saying. Did he copy and paste him? Woj called him Cody White. And Shams called him Cody White. Are y'all kidding me right now?
Arson Judge going into the bowl.
How did they both call this man Cody White?
Oh man, 3 years, $33 million to the Bulls from Shams.
As these roll in, can I just I want to big up our ESPN 1320 Kings insider, man. James is a true professional. Him and I would not handle things. That's why I couldn't do what James does, because I'd tell a lot of people about themselves, and James just wouldn't. He's too good for that. But I'd tell some of these people about themselves. How y'all feeling about Trey Lyles being back?
I know I'm happy. I like Trey Lyles. Let the record show. I've liked Trey Lyles since the year before last. Remember, I was saying maybe he could start at the 4.
Yeah.
And he's done nothing but continue to play the way I thought he could play.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing that he's coming back. I wonder if it affects if they're able to do anything else. And really, I'm just talking about one other player because I think it doesn't affect Sasha. I think Sasha, if he's coming over, the Trey Lyles signing has nothing to do with that. Or they didn't sign Trey Lyles because they're not sure about Sasha. I think Trey Lyles is a separate signing. They wanted to get a deal done with him regardless. I think there's virtue in running things back, having some chemistry. You know, one of the things that there's been a couple of tweaks here and there. They were really low-key tweaks. But that's essentially what Denver's done for the last few years. They traded out
DeAndre back with Denver, by the way.
DeAndre Jordan?
Yeah.
I thought we might be getting a retirement email, but okay. Get another bag.
Well, I don't know that it's a bag.
But it could be a couple mil. It's a bag.
Well, maybe not for DeAndre Jordan. That's one of those crossbody bags that you got. That's one that you and Mark Jones wear.
Oh man. So yeah, I think there's some virtue in bringing guys back, running some things back. Like I said, Denver did the same thing. It was Will Barton that they got out of there and brought in KCP. Obviously, they got Bruce Brown as well. That was a big deal. But for the most part, a lot of those guys come back. They've drafted well. Chris Brown was a great draft pick for them. So, you know, they ran it back. I don't see why the Kings can't run it back.
Hey, I hate to do the OK Lake show bit. That's a really good pickup by the Lakers.
Oh, yeah, it's a good pickup, the Torian Prince one.
Jesus. Sam Amick says Trey Lyles deal with the Kings, 2 years, $16 million plus bonuses. So the number we heard was 2 and 20. It sounds like with the bonuses, it's 2-20. Boy, I'm gonna say James is a better person than me. A better person than me.
Now, what's the help me out with this one? You're good with this. Is lower than the mid-level or what they were.
This is way below the mid-level.
Yeah, the mid-level is like 12, 14 million, right? A year?
Yeah, 12. Yeah.
And is that what they were thinking they might sign him with?
For Trey?
Yeah.
No, that was way too high.
Well, what was the thing with
the
qualifying offer? Like they would go a little bit. Like, is this deal signing for $8 million a year? Is that over what maybe James had talked about or what they anticipated, or is it about?
I'm trying to think back. I feel like James always said between 6 and 8 is what he thought it would cost to keep him.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I specifically remember, but I feel like it was always 6 to 8. We never had him slotted for much more because he was coming off a really friendly deal last year. So yeah, I think this was about right.
Yeah,
it's about right.
And then they're saying, guys saying the Kings got 916 Sand says Kings got $7 to $8 million left in cap space.
Yeah,
but they can operate as a team that's going over the cap still.
They can.
Yeah.
So you've got but you've got that. You've got the what's that? James was the room level exception.
Isn't that what they thought about using for Sasha?
Correct.
Yeah.
So that could be Sasha money. And if I remember James correctly, James is not even on vacation. He's working through all of this. It's a part of that can go to Sasha. So some of it could go elsewhere. And then you could do the renegotiate and extend with Domas.
Yep.
And you get that dealt with. But again, this isn't going to excite anybody.
No.
It's the trade deadline.
Yeah.
This is the trade deadline from February where everyone was like, this is it. This is the team you're putting out there. And I'll point out, it was the team Monty put out there. How'd it work out?
Just fine.
When everyone said, "Oh, wait till after the All-Star break," who was the best team after the All-Star break?
Kings.
Okay. I don't mean I'm not a shill for this Sacramento Kings team. As a matter of fact, I'm having some major frustrations with them right now. But Monty, you either believe in Monty McNair or you don't.
Yeah.
And he was right at the trade deadline. And if he thinks this is the direction that the team should go, let's at least wait until he's wrong.
Let me ask you a question. When will people look at this team and say they're good enough? It's still not
when
happening.
They win a title. I don't know that any team does. I don't know that any fan base truly does that. I don't know. I only have you know me. I'm only a fan of one team.
Yeah, but they do that for a championship. Like there's people afraid they'll fall out into the play-in.
Well, that's silly. That's people who aren't paying. They don't watch hoop. They're not paying attention. Those are people who aren't paying attention.
Can you trust Monty, but also think that he didn't make the most of this offseason?
Sure.
Because that's where I'm at. Like, I don't hate Barnes being back. Like, they're going to be a good team, whatever, and stuff like that. But I don't think they made the most of the offseason.
So I'll ask this question about that, though.
Okay.
What's the move, though?
See, that's the thing, too. I mean, I don't hate Kuzma at 25.5, 26, 27.
I do.
I don't hate it.
But you guys keep saying that, but it's the fourth year that I think was really the determining factor in it.
I think you can.
It's not just the 25 years.
Move off of that.
It's not just the 25 years. It's $7 more million per year. That's 21 plus 25. That's $46 more million.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think is going to be harder to trade? Kuzma's last year or the trade?
It doesn't matter. I don't buy Kyle Kuzma like that. For $46 more million than Harrison Barnes? No, I don't. He's not. Whoa. He's not,
but I think like his age and stuff, like he fits more on the timeline of this team. I think Barnes, like eventually he's going to decline and stuff like that.
I think that 4th year, because you said that's the hang up, is the 4th year. I think that's easier to trade than the 3rd year Harrison Barnes with the trade kicker.
I disagree. I don't agree. I don't agree.
Because the trade kicker, 10%.
Maybe I am a what did Ben call me earlier? Oh, he said I put Harrison on a pedestal. Maybe I do, but I'm not paying. What number did I just say? $41 more million for Kyle Kuzma? Absolutely freaking not. Absolutely not.
So, because the once again, you can help me out with this. The trade kicker.
Well, you get. Sorry, Bruce Brown to the Pacers. 2-year, $45 million.
Damn, $20-something million a year. Seems like they might have got Barnes for below market value. Although, I think a lot of people would say those two players are better than Harrison Barnes.
Bruce Brown's really good. I like Bruce Brown.
Yeah.
I like Bruce Brown.
It's a good get for the Pacers.
That's very good. We could save this for next week, but I don't know. We'll save the conversation about the Pacers for the next week. That's a good signing by them. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the 10% trade kicker, that takes, do you know where that takes the $18 million?
No, what it does is it turns like part of his salary into a bonus, and then whatever that 10% goes back to the salary. Like it's, you know who else had a trade kicker? No one's talking about it. Anybody? Rashawn had a trade kicker, and no one cared. It didn't matter. If you want to play, a 10% trade kicker isn't going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to, oh, can't go get Harrison Barnes. That trade kicker is too much. Ain't nobody going to do that. That ain't a thing.
Well,
that ain't a thing.
Just playing devil's advocate. I mean,
we'll stop.
They had to get they couldn't get a player back for Rashawn Holmes.
I don't think they wanted one.
Maybe. I mean, but who knows if they tried to shop that and nobody was biting and they jumped on the Mavericks because nobody wanted that contract.
Could be. I doubt it, but could be.
I think Rashawn Holmes is a little more tradable than other people have said, but some people said like the contract.
Well, I don't think I don't believe that the contract was an issue. I think it's more of the contract plus like, what am I getting? I think it was more of that.
If you don't know what you're getting, then the contract is a problem.
Well, what I mean is if someone, if Harrison, or excuse me, if Rashawn, if you could say with utmost confidence, I'm getting the Rashawn from 2 years ago, the contract isn't an issue. But 2 years have passed, and that's and so I think it's more like I can deal with the $25 million over 2 years. I can't deal with the $25 million over 2 years for a player I can't use. Let's get Ramsey in here as these tweets continue to roll in. Congratulations to Bruce Brown, though, as Bobby Marks just tweeted. He earned $15.1 million in his career before today.
Wow. Good for him.
We talked about life-changing money. Bruce Brown's life just changed.
Absolutely. Well deserved, too.
Indeed. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. I actually got a Kings-related.
Pause. Stop. Jeremy Grant, 160. 5 years, 160. Wow. God bless it. Go ahead, Ramsey. Sorry. Yeah.
There were two names I thought about. One of them is probably ruled out now because they just picked up Chris Duarte. I thought about Shake Milton, but on the cheap, you could sign him for cheap. Thoughts about Montrezl Harrell?
Montrezl Harrell. He's free, right?
Yeah, I think he's a free agent.
Yeah, I'm good. Fine with me. I think now any conversation we're getting really deep into the bench.
Yep.
The starter, that conversation's gone. The starting three, the starting four, depending on what you did with the key, it's gone. It's Harrison Barnes. Now you're looking to bolster this bench. You're bolstering the bench with Chris Duarte. You're bolstering the bench, perhaps, maybe, hopefully, with Sasha. Jesse,
did you see the David Aldridge tweet I sent you about
Kuzma? I did. Yeah, I'll read it. Kyle Kuzma. This is from David Aldridge. Kyle Kuzma wanted to get paid, but he also wanted to be somewhere where he could continue to have the ball in his hands, who could be a playmaker, who could and would be allowed to grow his game. Washington gave him that latitude. He took a John Collins level deal to stay in DC.
Well, that's what he wanted. And that's the other thing I talked about. Even if there are people who are like, yo, I would pay $25 million for Kyle Kuzma, it's still a two-way street.
Yeah.
Kyle Kuzma has to say, yes, I want to go to Sacramento. If he getting 25 from Sacramento and 25 from Washington, where he won't be able to shoot all the time in Sacramento, but he will in Washington.
You're joining a team.
Yeah, he might say, you know what, I'll stay here.
Now you and Jordan Poole can fight over the ball.
See, and like that's the right call from Monty, sticking with Harrison over someone like Kuzma, where he wants to take over and stuff like that, and not giving Grant that contract. So now we know Monty probably made the right decision.
I'm sorry, yo. Can we go back to this 5 years, 160?
That's wild. Portland's bugging.
Where's the Chris Haynes tweet? Dame Lillard wants out. Dame Lillard don't want no part of this. Hey, he's a good ball player. I'm not trying to diminish that man at all. He's a good ball player, and I guess that's just the way money works in the NBA. But
what? I got the numbers right here. 5 years, 160. I know he had a good season last year, but a career 12.34 rebounds, 1 assist.
He's making $32 million a year.
Now that's too much.
Lord.
Even I say that's just too much.
Lord.
You want to talk about years? That 5th year is crazy.
Oh.
That 5th year is going nuts.
My goodness. Does anybody feel any differently having seen these monies rolling? We talked about Jeremy Grant for a second. We figured the reason it was so quiet was because of this. Because ultimately, there was no interest. No wonder there was no interest in leaving Portland. I'd have no interest in leaving Portland either. But does anybody feel differently seeing this money out there? Are you still riding with? What's your hand up for?
I feel differently about it.
Okay.
I think Monty made the right call. If Kuzma wasn't going to fall in,
my man,
pretty much fall into line about it.
That's my producer.
But look,
that's my producer.
More than the money. That's a conversation and a mindset that we weren't privy to until David.
Yeah.
If the money was there and he was like, I want to be part of the Kings, I just want $25 million, I probably would have gave it to him. 4 years, $25 million.
Yeah.
But if he's sitting there and we have a conversation, he's like, I want to be that dude. Then you probably say, nah, that's not what this is about.
Yeah, that Aldridge tweet changed it. I would have gave Kuzma 27 or whatever. Like, I think he's better than Barnes and all that. But if Kuzma wants to like be Kyle Kuzma and run his show, then that's not gonna work here.
No, sir.
It's my producer.
Jeremy Grant crazy though.
Whoa.
That was hey, more power to him. More power to him.
Lord have mercy.
Wow.
5 and 160. So let's again, and I hate to keep doing this. It's part of telling the whole story, and I can't do it. I'm trying to do the impression, and I can't do it. But you let this play out. You see Harrison 3 years, 54. Allegedly, we called cap from jump. Draymond Green in Sacramento. He signed for $4 and $100. Position wise, Jeremy Grant made sense. 5 years, 160. We talked extensively about Kyle Kuzma, 4 years, 100 plus. Now we're entering restricted free agent territory. We talked about Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown got 2 and 45. I like Bruce Brown a lot. Like I might have done that one, but 2 years, 45. Maybe Sacramento wasn't willing to do something 2 years. Maybe Bruce Brown wasn't their guy. Right. Maybe Bruce Brown didn't want to come to the Kings. It could be a variety of different things that play there. But when you see the money, this is what we were talking about. Like, let this play out. Let the money fall and tell me how you feel. But have we said the Houston Rockets name once yet?
No.
Everybody watching Houston. What's going on there?
Everybody stopped watching Houston. They said, we just going to make these deals.
I guess so.
We just going to make these deals.
I guess so.
But, I mean, I didn't have a problem with it to start. But when you see these numbers, I mean, the Barnes deal is almost a bargain.
Man,
you know what I mean? $18 million for a starting. And I read the numbers of these guys.
Yeah.
These guys, they're very good ball players, but they're equal or maybe just slightly above Harrison Barnes. And you're getting them for $7 less million a year. In Jeremy Grant's case, almost double, right? He makes almost double a year than what Harrison would. Because isn't this like $32 million or something?
32. Jeremy Grant's 32,
Yeah, like, come on, man. 3 years of Harrison Barnes is fine.
If you're watching on the stream, don't go anywhere. If you're listening on ESPN 1320, 98.5, tune in app, wherever you may be, we're going to step out. We're going to come back. We'll keep you updated on everything going on in free agency as D'Lo and KC continue here. D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This man said, good deal. Saved a lot of money. Our boy in our boy in San Francisco.
Oh man.
That boy rationalizing hell in his mind.
Sir.
He's trying to convince him. That man down there in San Francisco trying to convince himself, hell ain't too hot. It ain't too hot. It's all right. That's all right. It ain't too hot. It's all right.
Wait a minute.
This man said, good deal.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Oh.
Oh, the Lord is my shepherd. You know what I want. Reggie Jackson back to the Denver. We all get emotional. Reggie Jackson back to the Denver Nuggets, 2 years, 10.2 player option in second year.
Man, not to steal any show content. It's still a show. Do you think that hurts Denver?
Losing Bruce Brown?
Yeah. I mean, I think so too. I mean, to the point that they're not the prohibitive favorite. Is it that big of a deal?
I'd throw this more in the let's see how they respond category before I say. I mean, they're still the top. Here, I'll say this: they're still the top team in the West because who moved?
Nobody.
And you ain't gonna sway me with the Bradley Beal deal. So
I will say though, I think the Lakers are gonna be up there this year.
Yeah, I think that was a solid pickup for the Lakers. The Taurean Prince pickup was solid.
But where is he gonna play though?
2 years and 60 for your boy.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. That's like 17.5 million less than what his max extension could have been.
Yeah.
I like Taurean. I like the signing there, but what is he gonna be? 2 guard, I guess. They still got to figure out what.
Maybe it's a sign and trade for Shivano. Maybe they're gonna go get Buddy finally and go win a championship.
Taurean Prince, that deal I saw 1 year, 4.5 million.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a deal.
I don't know how Rob Pelinka fixed it.
Oh, Zoe, I missed that one. Is that final or
Evan Massey tweeted that one out, so we can hold out maybe.
Oh, Evan Massey tweeted it. Yeah, we'll just put that. We'll just take that off the screen until someone with a shred of credibility tweets it. He's still pushing through that oh, that's a wild take from Cameron Solano. Kyle Kuzma greater than Jeremy Grant. I don't know what Portland is doing, man. Oh, sir.
I really don't know what Portland.
I don't.
That's Tristan. What's she got to say about this?
That's a good call. Let's see what Trista's talking about.
That's a lot of money for Jeremy Grant. And I like Jeremy Grant, but damn. I don't know if I want to be married to him for that much money. That many years.
Well, that team's not even like they're barely.
Kenny said, "I don't want to be married that long." That shit is crazy. Who gets married for that long?
Me.
They're barely a playing team right now.
That's right. Right. He was there last year when you guys couldn't get nothing done.
Why didn't they just trade Dame?
Because they want Dame to ask
Trista
out.
said Dame isn't going anywhere. I told y'all he was going to get paid.
I'll tell you right now, I ain't worried about Portland.
Yeah, mark them off the list.
I ain't worried about Portland at all.
I'm having a blast looking at our text with our buddy in San Francisco. Man. Boy, them Warriors media people, boy, they change. They switch on you quick. They switch on you quick. Goodness gracious.
Man, oh man.
Draymond's move did save the Golden State Warriors $43 million on their tax bill. So good for Draymond.
Good
team
for
player.
them.
He did what was right for the team.
He
Just like
did.
when he sat out the first half.
I'm gonna take $100 million,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna do it for the team.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also, get that idiot guard off of the team, and I'll stick around.
That team's not. They're not good enough, man. They got to do something else because they're not good enough.
Good enough to what?
Good enough to get out the second round.
Hmm.
They're too small. You got Chris Paul. You got Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond. Draymond making $25 million a year. You think you saw Draymond yesterday. You think he gonna be? Oh yeah, crunch time. I'll be on the bench, Clay. It's all good. Absolutely not. He gonna want to be out there. And now he didn't got paid. All right.
What the hell is Chicago doing? Why is Chicago even signing players? Javon Carter, 3-year, 20. What is Chicago doing? Like, it's one thing.
That's crazy. That's a good signing, but for a good team.
Yeah, it's one thing for Sacramento to run it back. It's a whole other thing for Chicago to run it back, which is essentially what they're doing. They're like, yo, let's ride.
Yeah, sorry for the silence. We'll just wait. No need to be first. No need to be first. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah. Yeah, and everybody no need to be first.
There's no way that deal's that. I don't think that deal's real.
Yeah.
That Sasha deal that's floating around. That is. Well, I'll say this. I'm not going to say it's not. I'm saying that's significantly higher than anything that we heard. I'm not going to read it because I don't think that it's real. But there's a Sasha deal making its way around social media, and I don't think that's real.
I don't even mean to be this type of way, but not enough followers for me.
Yeah.
Metu's on the Suns now.
I'm sorry. What? They got a Freeport in Phoenix?
Adrian Wojnarowski just tweeted Metu signed a 1-year deal with Phoenix.
Oh, damn. All right, man. We knew it was coming, but damn, bro.
Good thing for Chemezi, he gonna get some run.
Oh yeah, he gonna play.
They need players.
He gonna play.
Yeah, Freeport gonna get some run down there in Phoenix.
He gonna play and he gonna rebound, or they gonna need him to.
They absolutely gonna need him to.
We change Freeport to Metu Street in honor.
I think we should.
We're all gonna meet tomorrow on Freeport for the renaming,
the christening. Yeah.
You got to figure out what cross streets is it going to be? Freeport and 43rd.
This is
Freeport and Florin.
Like, this is comedy, bro. I've never seen a free agency period where the insiders all have different reports. Like Chris Haynes has a different Javon Carter report than the one we just read from. I think it was Woj.
Is it a different team?
No, it's the same team.
Are you talking about like different numbers?
Yeah.
I wonder how much of it is like Woj is reporting the contract with incentives and other guys are just reporting the guaranteed, because I think that's what they did with Kobe White too.
Yeah, I think that's. I think that. Yeah. I think it depends on how the information is relayed too. The dollar figure isn't wrong on Chris Haynes. The year number is different. I thought the previous one said 2 years. Not that this matters to any Sacramento Kings fan out there. All that matters is the only thing we thought we were going to get was the Trey Lyles extension, or the Trey Lyles signing. I don't know how to phrase it. But Trey Lyles is in fact back with the Sacramento Kings.
And I'm okay with that. How do you guys feel about that, man? I'm okay with it. So
shout out to Cam. Cam had some wild takes on Twitter. But we love our man Cameron Solano.
Yeah, let me see what Cam's talking about.
He said Kyle Kuzma greater than Jeremy Grant. I don't know what Portland is doing, man. I'm gonna be honest, Cam. They gave that man $160 million.
$160 million.
So what we say? 5 years?
5 years.
34.
Oof.
32 per.
Huh?
Man.
You said 34 per year or 32?
No, he's going to be 34
Oh, I got you,
when
I
the
got you.
contract is over.
Mm.
34. We think about the beginning of the deal. Y'all need to start thinking about the end of the deal.
Oh man.
Man, going to be 34 years old when that thing done.
That's
God bless
I mean,
him.
like I said,
God
I
bless
like
him.
his game. I like his game, but I just didn't anticipate that type of dollar figure. I mean, I did say $30 million a year, but maybe I was thinking 40 years.
He's making around the same or as much as Bam, Fox, Donovan Mitchell, those guys.
Didn't expect to not have anything on the Houston Rockets.
No
this
Fred
far
Van
into
Fleet
free
either.
No Fred, no Dylan Brooks.
No Dylan Brooks, no.
I didn't think we'd get anything a rush of restricted free agency notes. Yeah.
So I mean, look, talk to us, man. Talk to us, because we ain't gonna see y'all for a few days, and things are gonna probably be different by the time we come back in one way, shape, or form.
I don't think they're gonna be that different.
Well, TD won't be here. We'll know where he's at. We know Mezzi's gone.
Yeah. Alex Lynn gonna be gone probably.
Yeah, I want to know: are you guys okay with running it back? That's what essentially looks like. A couple tweaks here and there, but they're running back. I will tell you guys right now, I'm okay with it, man. I'm okay with it. I have no problem with running it back. I have no problem with the way they're going about it, being physically responsible here in this situation. Harrison Barnes, $18 million a year. Compare that to other people that we talked about, making $32 million a year with Jeremy Grant. Kyle Kuzma making $26 million a year. I'm okay with $18 million for HB. You got Sasha. You went out and get Duarte, but you bring back Trey Lyles, bring back Harrison Barnes. Once again, I'm looking at this group. I'm saying 48 wins is the floor. It's the floor. I think they can only go up with another year of cohesion, chemistry, understanding what Mike Brown wants out of them. Like I look at guys like Davion, I expect him to be better. I look at guys like Keegan Murray in his second year, I expect him to be better. I think they can go up.
Okay. I got a lot on obviously Keegan, Davion too. I don't think there should be any questions about the backup point guard position in Sacramento. And I understand why there were at times last year. Davion need to go in and eliminate those. And I think he's very, very capable of doing that. I thought that last year. Think he's got a feel for the new system, the new coach. Again, we're in such an instant gratification, time in our life because of social media, because of on-demand content, because of binge watching and streaming, all that. Like we can get anything we want at our fingertips. We wanted Davion to be good out the gate. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Wasn't perfect. His rookie was really good. Showed a lot of great stuff. But De'Aaron's going to be healthy next year. He's going to find his role. He's going to be great his second year. Oh, he's not. He's not great. Well, all right, man. Just trade him. Just move on from him. That's how we do. Like 2 years in, Davion's going into his third year. I'm still very much a Davion Mitchell believer.
100%.
Very much so.
100%. I said it a number of different times. I'll say it again. I'll continue to say it. I think he is the perfect backup point guard for this group. Or I'll even stop saying backup point guard. Perfect third guard for this group.
Okay.
Because there's times when he's going to finish the game like he did in game 2 of the NBA playoffs. You know what I mean? Like
hit a huge three.
Yeah, big time three at like 14 points, I think, in that game. His defense on Steph Curry was something that was applauded throughout NBA circles because he is one of, if not the best on-ball defender in the game. And you have that guy that's nothing but a grinder and somebody that's going to come into work every single day. You can win with Davion Mitchell on your roster, period. I don't care where he's at, starting, off the bench, whatever. He's a winning player. You want to talk about culture changer? He's a culture changing type of guy. He holds other guys accountable just by the way he works. And I don't think there should be any question about Davion Mitchell being on this team, or having a role on this team. I'm a big Davion Mitchell believer.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm very much with you. He'll be a guy, I think, for us to watch next year. He'll be one of I think him, Keegan. I mean, there'll be some curiosity amongst this team as well. And I know, you know, the lure of the trade, because everything we just went through with this free agency period, we're going to settle in. We're going to go to the California Classic, Summer League, all of that stuff. You know, we're going to do this whole process again in February. There someone is going to be, you know, OG Anunoby's deal is expiring, and that conversation is going to come up again. This superstar asked that, or this superstar is frustrated. And we go through this every draft period. We go through this every free agency period. We go through this every trade deadline. You look for the big, super splashy move. Tyrese for Domas was huge. Was it splashy?
No.
Because Domas is barely respected. This dude been a 3-time All-Star, and people was talking about him. I'm sorry. People still talk about him like he's no good.
It was big for who they gave up.
That's what it was. It was big it was big because of the potential of Tyrese. It didn't have that splash. It was the latest Kings move. That's not Monty ain't trying to make a splash. Monty ain't trying to get headlines. Monty ain't trying to lead Sports Center. He's trying to put together a team that wins basketball games that you're forced to pay attention to. And he did that last year. And I trust that that's what's going to happen again this year. Let's get Ross in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Coach?
Yo, what's up, fellas? Man, appreciate your guys' show. You guys are the best. I just wanted to kind of continue off this Davion talk. A lot of us kind of talk and look at him like he had a bad season last year, and he, you know, 3rd seed. He was our backup point guard the whole year, played really good playoff minutes. I just want everybody to kind of look at what the outside perspective is on him, because if you ask people from other teams, most people would love Davion on their squad. So I'm happy to have him.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. We appreciate you, Ross. Thank you. Kyrie Irving, 3 years, $126 million to resume his career with the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, good for him. Good for Dallas.
That his last team?
No. It is not.
No,
it is not. 3-year, $126 million contract, player option in the 3rd season.
I'm not worried about the Mavericks. Love watching Kyrie.
Yeah.
And Kyrie's going to be great. I think Luka's
Yeah.
going to be great. But, I mean, one of the biggest issues with that team is they can't stop a nosebleed. So I'm not worried about that. A couple guys that I would look at for the Kings, possibly if they do have room to sign one more guy. Grant Williams, obviously, we talked about him. Here we go. Look at this. Hell is frozen over.
Gone.
It might be.
Yeah, that money that money might be gone.
Yeah,
because too much of it chipped in with Trey. I think.
Trey.
Yeah.
And that goes back to what we talked about earlier.
I could be wrong on that.
Felt like it was one or the other.
Yeah.
In that situation.
What did we say? Trey was 216, right? So that's 8 per.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like it does. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
The hell is frozen over. There's good old KC talking about backup center.
Whoa.
I'd take a shot at Mo Bamba.
Oh, yeah. I'm fine with that. Like, what can Victor Wembanyama do that Mo Bamba can? Shoot, if Bull can do it, Mo Bamba can. Come on, man. Let's rock.
I'd take a shot at Mo Bamba. I like Thomas Bryant, too.
Yeah.
Those are two guys that I think will be, like, fairly inexpensive. Like, like $2 million a year or something like that. You want a backup center? Yeah.
Let's talk to our man Javier. I was actually getting worried about him for a second. We hadn't seen him since he was talking crazy on the phone that day after Game 6. I didn't.
I remember.
I just wasn't going to ask any questions, to be honest. Like if someone, like if Javi disappeared, it happened. Like
I'll be here and say, yeah, I'm here with D-Lo and KC.
Hey, pipe down there, fam. We walking together. That don't mean we together. Javier, what's up, bro?
Man, good to hear you care about me too.
Yeah, no, we good. No, hey, it's good to hear from you. Worried about you.
I hear. I see them colors coming out. But like I was saying, the synopsis of what I wanted to ask about is two things. Would you guys have paid Kuzma $7 million more a year at 4 to 5 years younger than what we gave Harrison? I presumably would have done that. And my second question is, how do you feel about bringing on either and or finding a way with the mid-level, if it's practical, Kelly Oubre or Christian Wood? I mean, I still think we need a backup three. I don't know if we could try to get Thibault in a trade. I don't even know if Portland's, gonna succumb to that. Or Christian Wood, I think he's a formidable backup five that can spread the floor, space the floor, shoot from the perimeter. I still think we should have went after Kuzma and try to sell Harrison like, hey, take the Andre Iguodala role. You're 31 years old. Let's win a championship. No. Let's win a championship and have you as our backup three, and we can pay you $12 million per, $15 million per, and lead the bench. It's not about the Andre Iguodala role of him being a less than productive player, but if we had you with Kuzma, nobody's messing with us in the Western Conference.
And that's a tough one for me to agree with. Yeah, that's a tough one for me to agree with. His question, though, we've answered. Would you pay $7 million more for Kyle Kuzma? $7 million per year for 3 years? Yeah, I think about it. $7 million more for 3 years plus the 25? No, I wouldn't have. Chris Middleton, 3 years, $100 million, $102 million, back with the Milwaukee Bucks. His first heard on D-Lo and KC like 4 days ago. Chris Middleton back with the Bucks. What do you think about? Again, I'm starting to lose track of like what numbers are left for Sacramento. You brought up Grant Williams there a minute ago. Kelly Oubre still interests you with the roster as it's constructed?
Yeah, I mean the Duarte trade this morning, kind of threw a wrench in something like that. But I'm interested in one more guy that can go get a bucket. Maybe even a chemistry guy. I'm for that.
Christian Wood
depends on what he's asking for.
I don't know what the market is for Christian Wood. That's interesting.
Ironically enough, like he is a bit of a people talk about big. He's a big. He's kind of a stretch guy. He's more of a scorer than a defender. But he does do a solid job of protecting the rim. From the times I've watched him, he's cool. Like I think he's a better ball player than some people give him credit for. But it's just you just never know what's going on. Like he's kind of an enigma a little bit. Why he keeps going to these different teams, and I think that scares a lot of people off.
In this scenario, though, with this roster, this team, I don't hate it.
No, I don't need it.
I don't.
If they did that, I wouldn't be mad at it.
Because if it doesn't work, it's like whatever. Right. Restricted free agent news. Brooklyn was not lying. 4 years, $108 million for Cam Johnson.
Wow. Okay. Is it? Oh yeah, we got Toronto news too.
So just go ahead.
Toronto news. Jacob.
That's why I skipped that one because I always get his name wrong. I legitimately skipped that one because I get his name wrong every time.
I was talking about the Toronto guy.
Yeah.
Jakob Poeltl.
Thank you.
I was gonna say Portal, but
it's Jakob. That's I screw it up every single time. It's the OKC coach.
Dagnall.
Yeah, if you don't look at it,
yeah,
you can say the name right. But when you look at it doesn't say Dagnall. That doesn't say right. That's not right.
4 years, 80 for Jakob.
Man, what's up?
I think that means Fred's back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's Toronto doing? What if after all of this, Houston just got $60 $60 million in cash.
Hey, look who's out there.
Kelly Oubre's getting $30 million per.
Yeah. Dude, Houston's looking around like, yo, we got money. Hey, let's get Carlos in here real quick. Carlos, what up, baby?
What's going on, D-Lo KC?
What's up, big dog?
Congratulations, man, on the success of the show. Y'all killing everybody out there, man. I love the show. Thanks for having me. I just heard the info regarding the $7 million. Would we pay more?
Would we have paid $7 million more per year for
Harrison Barnes?
Yeah.
And my answer, my brothers. Everybody that you named, I think it was KC who was just naming everybody that was getting like that 20 million plus status.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at it overall, to me, now this could be just to me, but I want to get y'all's intake on it too. Honestly, I think Harrison Barnes is better than everybody that you named that was getting that 20 plus.
I mean, it's a possibility, man. I know I feel Kuzma's a slightly better player. I feel Jeremy Grant's a slightly better player, but they're all in the same tier, if you ask me. And I have no problem, and I actually tip my hat to Monty McNair for being able to get a guy in that same tier for what you say. Well, Grant's case, it's like $100 trillion less dollars.
Yeah.
But Kuzma is like $7 million a year plus one less year. So, that's a heck of a deal. It's a heck of a deal.
What Carlos was going to say, as we've got to unfortunately end the show, is I agree with D-Lo, and I think that's the perfect way to end the show. Is he was going to say D-Lo is 100% right. Carlos, thanks for the love, man. Thanks for the call. Thanks for everybody who tapped in. We're calling a slight audible. We realized about an hour ago it probably would be ill-advised for those listening on 1320 a.m. The Odyssey app. Tune in to run a show from that's completely dated, in which everything is old. So we're going to head out to miraculously ESPN programming still exists. There's
Somehow,
somehow after the day that they had, there's still ESPN radio to be aired. So we're going to head out to national programming. Thanks for being with us. We will be back here on Wednesday. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. And we'll see you back here next Wednesday on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Holla. That is it.
Want to play a stream-only version? Hold on. Yeah. I would have paid Cam Johnson $100 million, no problem. No problem. Oh, it's a good one. This is a good one. Kyrie Irving, 12 completed seasons. Shout out to Spot Track. They're already updated. 12 seasons completed, 3 on the books. Let's say he plays all 3 seasons and doesn't opt out with the Dallas Mavericks. That's $126 million new dollars. 12 seasons for Kyrie Irving. I'll help you out a little bit. Well, I just gave you the 126, so it doesn't matter over the next 3 years. Prior to that, the most money he has made in a single season, 21-22, $34.9 million. Yeah, it's a little bit. That's a little bit cap. The most money he made would have been last year, and it's $36 million, 36.4, just split between 2 teams. 12 seasons, $126 million coming up. Kyrie Irving, of course, drafted number 1 overall in the 2011 draft. Career earnings, counting his new contract for Kyrie Irving, is what?
I'm going to go with 380, Bob.
$380 million from Kenny Caraway.
340.
$340 million from Jesse Tapia. And the winner is... That was was waiting for the beat to drop.
This is so intense.
We were a little bit further away than I thought. $355.7 million. Jesse is back on the board. I believe Jesse now with a 5-2 record.
You'd be correct right there. Kenny, tell him your record.
Well, if it's not 5-2, that means it's.
God damn it! I hate this stupid ass game.
Hey, King started 0-4 last year. That's all right, baby.
And he's gonna be the
That's
first seed of the season.
How many contracts he get?
He has. I don't know how to figure that out. His rookie deal, which is the 4 years.
Rookie extension.
So the extension.
Another 4 years.
But then he didn't sign a new deal with Boston, right?
I don't think so.
So
he signed it with Brooklyn.
he signed the deal with Brooklyn. So 3?
This is
4. 4.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we count the rookie contract. The rookie contract, the rookie extension.
I did count
the deal with Brooklyn and Dallas.
Damn. I wish Kyrie would leave Boston. I'm glad he left Boston too, but I would wish he would leave Dallas.
Kyrie in Boston, that was weird.
Yeah, it was weird. Have we ever done? It might be a similar number. Yeah, it's a similar number. We've never done a James Harden version. We don't have to though. Appreciate you guys for being with us, man. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Please hit the subscribe button. I'll tell y'all how we doing subscribers today. We growing subscribers today. Oh, I see y'all, man. Appreciate you. Thanks to all the new subscribers. Hit the thumbs up before you go. That goes a really, really long way. Thanks for hanging out with us today. And we should be up in the 500 range.
Man.
Where are we at right now? We at 343. Get us above 500. And we'll see you guys. Long weekend ahead.
Agent 4 Draymond Green has agreed to a 4-year, $100 million contract with the